creation of research institutes. And basically, he mentioned a couple of tangible results that were achieved through that partnership, and also that there is going to be many more projects, and we're happy to have the regional government of Thessaly as a partner, as a strong supporter of the university, first of all, and secondly, to have them as a partner in the Invest European University Alliance. And it is exactly, it fits exactly the purpose and the profile of this alliance. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Dimitris Deligiannis, who is the Vice Mayor of the municipality of Larissa. Also, the municipality of Larissa is our stakeholder in this project. We've developed a living lab together, which you'll probably hear sometime tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your invitation. I prefer to speak in Greek. And I'll try not to have so many problems in the translation. Δύο λόγια, νομίζω ότι είπε πολλά ο Βασίλης ο Πινακάς. 21 Ιουνίου του 2015, σε αυτόν τον χώρο, φιλοξενήθηκε μια συνάντηση, μια συνδιάσκεψη, στην οποία παρευρέθηκαν τρεις πολύ σημαντικοί άνθρωποι, τρεις σημαντικοί διανοητές σε παγκόσμιο επίπεδο. Έχουν περάσει ακριβώς 8 χρόνια. Ήταν ο Πίτερ Τζάρβις, η μεγαλύτερη φυσιογνωμία, η μεγαλύτερη προσωπικότητα στην διαβίου μάθηση στον κόσμο. Ο καθηγητής του Πανεπιστημίου Κολούμπια, ο Τέντ Φλέμινγκ, και ο Πίτερ Μάγιο, που τότε ήταν στο Πανεπιστήμιο της Μάλτας. Η συζήτηση είχε να κάνει με τον τρόπο με τον οποίο οι σύγχρονες κοινωνίες, σε μια περίοδο βαθιάς πολιτισμικής, κοινωνικής και οικονομικής κρίσης, μπορούν να είναι κοινωνίες μάθησης και το πώς μπορούν να ανταποκριθούν στις προκλήσεις της ύπαρξης βιώσιμων και ανθεκτικών κοινωνιών, και θα έλεγα και για το ρόλο του Πανεπιστημίου. Από τότε έχει κυλήσει πολύ νερό στο αυλάκι. Η Λάρισα ως πόλη, ως δήμος, είναι ένας από τους δήμους που ανήκουν στο παγκόσμιο δίκτυο της UNESCO, το Learning Cities, των πόλεων που μαθαίνουν. Έχουμε περάσει μια πανδημία, έχουμε περάσει έναν πόλεμο. Η Λάρισα είναι παγκόσμια συντονίστρια πόλη στο θέμα του Citizenship Education για την UNESCO, κάτι το οποίο η πανεπιστημιακή κοινότητα πολύ φοβάμαι ότι δεν το ξέρει, και αυτό είναι προφανώς δικιά μας ευθύνη. Και βέβαια πάντοτε αυτό το οποίο προκύπτει μπροστά μας είναι ποιος είναι ο ρόλος του Πανεπιστημίου σε μια προσπάθεια μιας πόλης να είναι βιώσιμη και ανθεκτική. Νομίζω ότι όλοι συμφωνούμε ότι σε ένα δύσκολο περιβάλλον δεν έχουμε την πολυτέλεια ούτε να σπαταλούμε πόρους, ούτε να μην τους αξιοποιούμε. Είναι προφανές ότι το Πανεπιστήμιο μπορεί να βοηθήσει σε θέματα οικονομικά. Είναι προφανές ότι το Πανεπιστήμιο μπορεί να βοηθήσει με τους εξαιρετικούς πόρους που έχει, με το προσωπικό, με τους φοιτητές του, σε μια περίοδο κρίσης, και να είναι μπροστά σε μια τέτοια διαδικασία, όπως έχει γίνει πολλές φορές, έχει τις υποδομές. Η άλλη πραγματικότητα είναι ότι στο πλαίσιο μιας έρευνας, και με αυτό θέλω να τελειώσω, που έγινε σε 18 πόλεις σε παγκόσμιο επίπεδο για το ρόλο των πανεπιστημίων στις τοπικές κοινωνίες, μόλις οι μισές πόλεις είπαν ότι παίζει ένα ρόλο το πανεπιστήμιο. Αναφέρθηκαν στην εργαλειακή λειτουργία της μάθησης και της εκπαίδευσης, ότι πολλές φορές οι φοιτητές, και θα έλεγα ότι η γενικότερα εκπαιδευτική κοινότητα του Πανεπιστημίου, δεν συμμετέχει στα δρόμενα μιας τοπικής κοινωνίας όπως θα ήθελε και η ίδια να συμμετέχει. Και εκεί νομίζω ότι είναι μια μεγάλη ευθύνη και μια μεγάλη πρόκληση, πρώτα απ' όλα της τοπικής αυτοδιοίκησης, γιατί από εκεί ξεκινάμε, από τις δικές μας ευθύνες, και μετά σε συνεργασία με το τοπικό πανεπιστήμιο, όπως εδώ έχουμε το Πανεπιστήμιο Θεσσαλίας και είμαι περήφανος που είμαι και διδάσκων αυτού του πανεπιστημίου, να βρούμε τους τρόπους συνεργασίας, να αξιοποιήσουμε όλες τις δυνατότητες που έχουμε, να ενεργοποιήσουμε ακόμα περισσότερο το σύμφωνο συνεργασίας που υπάρχει ανάμεσα στο Δήμο Λαγισσαίων και το Πανεπιστήμιο Θεσσαλίας και να συζητάμε πραγματικά για το τι κάνει ένα σύγχρονο πανεπιστήμιο και το πώς διαμορφώνει τις προοπτικές του μέλλοντος.
Global learning legacy. Well, they've been through many natural disasters here. He referred to, and I would like to somehow focus on this because that concerns the Living Lab in this with this in this Invest Alliance project we have. We had an earthquakes here. We had floods, fires, and all those natural disasters. That's why through the Invest European Union with the municipality of Larissa, the hospital, the university hospital, which is right next door, and also with police and the fire department. And we have made a lot of progress, and we are really happy that this cooperation goes very well. We have published, we have some results. We have a team of students who work on this project, and soon we will create a system, a common language, so to speak, quote unquote, so that all these different organizations in an event of a disaster, such as the ones I mentioned, they will have the capability of cooperating efficiently. So he referred to other projects that the municipality of Larissa is involved with. And we're really happy with, first of all, we have to thank him that he honored us with his presence today. And we're really happy that we are partners. There is a signed agreement between the university and the municipality of Larissa. So it's multifaceted, this cooperation in addition to this, our stakeholder relationship. So thank you very much. All right, we can take a break, a coffee break, and we will continue with. Oh, sorry. Sorry. The head of my department, of digital systems department, sorry, Professor Vasilis Gerogiannis.
Thank you, Nikos.
Sorry about that.
No problem. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. As the head of the Department of Digital Systems at the University of Thessaly, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you attending the Invest Greek National event. We have very strong cooperation and collaboration with Nikos, and he always thinking that I'm some omnipresence everywhere. So, I would like to extend my warm welcome to all of you attending this event. This conference represents a significant milestone in shaping the future of European education and research, and I'm very delighted to be a part of this dynamic and inspiring gathering. As we delve into the critical role of European universities in advancing global innovation and sustainability, it is essential to highlight the correlation between our department, the Department of Digital Systems at the University of Thessaly, and the vision of the Invest University Alliance. Led by the principle of strengthening the links between teaching, research, innovation, and knowledge transfer, our department, the Department of Digital Systems of the University of Thessaly, actually shares a deep commitment to excellence and high quality in education and research. As a proof of that, our undergraduate program of studies, I'm pleased to announce that it has been recently granted accreditation status by the Hellenic Authority for Higher Education. So, in alignment with the strategic pillars of the Invest Alliance, the Department of Digital Systems at the University of Thessaly is dedicated, first of all, to competitive education. We strive to equip our students with knowledge and skills needed to navigate the digital landscape of the future effectively. Through innovative teaching methods, multidisciplinary research projects, and collaborative research initiatives, we aim to nurture the next generation of digital pioneers who will drive sustainable development, innovation, and resilience, first of all in our region, the region of Thessaly, and in general in Greece and in our societies. From exploring disruptive innovation to leveraging technological influences on higher education, our department is the forefront of driving sustainable development at regional and at national level throughout research and innovation in various fields of application of digital systems, and in particular the application of digital systems in various emerging areas of Industry 4 and digital transformation. Through our participation in the Invest Alliance, we actively seek opportunities to engage with other European universities, to engage relationships with researchers, policymakers, promoting mobility and cross-cultural understanding among our students and staff. And of course, we recognize the importance of international collaboration and exchange of ideas to broaden horizons and cultivate a global culture and global perspective. We also recognize the importance of collaboration as platform for future education and research. We embrace the concept of the quadruple helix, fostering collaboration among researchers, educators, industry partners, and governmental organizations. Labs, as Nikos mentioned before, and innovative digital systems, we aim to create an ecosystem where academia, regional industries, and of course the broader community converge to address regional and national challenges and create sustainable solutions. In conclusion, the Department of Digital Systems at the University of Thessaly aligns closely with the vision and the goals of the Invest University Alliance. We are passionate about advancing education, research, and innovation, mainly for the benefit of our students. Together with our esteemed partners in the Alliance, we are dedicated to shaping a modern European university that will embrace sustainability, resilience, and of course, quality and excellence. Once again, I would like to extend my gratitude for your presence at this conference. Let us all exploit this opportunity to exchange ideas, to share best practices, and explore collaboration opportunities as we collectively pave the way for the future of European education. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very constructive, informative, and inspiring event.
Okay, I don't have to translate. That's good. Thank you, Vasilis. We are happy to have such a vibrant and active president at our department, and we're looking forward to the new adventures that this alliance, especially with the expansion that occurred, that our new partners will speak tomorrow, Professor Barca here and Professor Passi. So thank you very much. So the infamous break of the conference is about to convene. So please, we can have some coffee and outside. Thank you very much.
University of Thessaly is shaping the future of European higher education. Invest. Innovations of Regional Sustainability, European University Alliance, is an alliance of 5 European universities working together towards a common vision. To create a modern European university, fulfilling the needs and requirements of the new generation of Europeans willing to lead in the introduction of sustainable life in regions across Europe. University of Thessaly is shaping the future of European higher education. Invest. Innovations of Regional Sustainability, European University Alliance, is an alliance of 5 European universities working together towards a common vision. To create a modern European university, fulfilling the needs and requirements of the new generation of Europeans willing to lead in the introduction of sustainable life in regions across Europe. Focusing around 3 focal points: water, energy, food, and environment nexus, quality of life, and entrepreneurship. By using a virtual campus to facilitate collaboration between the partner universities. By developing joint degree programs supported by the novel Educate EU AI-driven platform for personalized student learning pathways. Setting up living labs, and facilitating quadruple helix collaboration with stakeholders from partner universities regions. Enhancing our staff's development and providing physical, virtual and blended mobility opportunities for students, staff and researchers. We invest in the innovation of our education system and research methods. We invest in enhancing the sustainability and inclusiveness of our partner regions. We invest in you. University of Thessaly, leading the way. University of Thessaly is shaping the future of European higher education. Invest. Innovations of Regional Sustainability. European University Alliance is an alliance of 5 European universities working together towards a common vision to create a modern European university, fulfilling the needs and requirements of the new generation of Europeans willing to lead in the introduction of sustainable life in regions across Europe. Focusing around 3 focal points: water, energy, food, and environment nexus, quality of life, and entrepreneurship. By using a virtual campus to facilitate collaboration between the partner universities. By developing joint degree programs supported by the novel Educate EU AI-driven platform for personalized student learning pathways. Setting up living labs, and facilitating quadruple helix collaboration with stakeholders from partner universities regions. Enhancing our staff's development and providing physical, virtual and blended mobility opportunities for students, staff and researchers. We invest in the innovation of our education system and research methods. We invest in enhancing the sustainability and inclusiveness of our partner regions. We invest in you. University of Thessaly, leading the way. University of Thessaly is shaping the future of European higher education. Invest. Innovations of Regional Sustainability, European University Alliance, is an alliance of 5 European universities working together towards a common vision. To create a modern European university, fulfilling the needs and requirements of the new generation of Europeans willing to lead in the introduction of sustainable life in regions across Europe. Focusing around 3 focal points: water, energy, food, and environment nexus, quality of life, and entrepreneurship. By using a virtual campus to facilitate collaboration between the partner universities. By developing joint degree programs supported by the novel Educate EU AI-driven platform for personalized student learning pathways. Setting up living labs, and facilitating quadruple helix collaboration with stakeholders from partner universities regions. Enhancing our staff's development and providing physical, virtual and blended mobility opportunities for students, staff and researchers. We invest in the innovation of our education system and research methods. We invest in enhancing the sustainability and inclusiveness of our partner regions. We invest in you. University of Thessaly, leading the way. University of Thessaly is shaping the future of European higher education. Invest. Innovations of Regional Sustainability, European University Alliance, is an alliance of 5 European universities working together towards a common vision. To create a modern European university, fulfilling the needs and requirements of the new generation of Europeans willing to lead in the introduction of sustainable life in regions across Europe. Focusing around 3 focal points: water, energy, food, and environment nexus, quality of life, and entrepreneurship. By using a virtual campus to facilitate collaboration between the partner universities. By developing joint degree programs supported by the novel Educate EU AI-driven platform for personalized student learning pathways. Setting up living labs, and facilitating quadruple helix collaboration with stakeholders from partner universities regions. Enhancing our staff's development and providing physical, virtual and blended mobility opportunities for students, staff and researchers. We invest in the innovation of our education system and research methods. We invest in enhancing the sustainability and inclusiveness of our partner regions. We invest in you. University of Thessaly, leading the way.
Okay. Right. Should we start? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have today joining our event as a keynote speaker the President of the Hellenic Authority for Higher Education, Professor Periklis Mitkas.
Good morning, dear colleagues, dear participants. Thank you very much for the invitation, which gives me the opportunity to visit this campus for the first time. Perhaps I should have done it earlier. I am the president of the Hellenic Authority for Higher Education, the national accreditation quality assurance agency in Greece, and a professor of electrical and computer engineering at Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. I decided to discuss with you the importance of quality assurance in the European higher education area. It's obviously an issue of high concern as you prepare in all the European universities to embark, design and embark on new programs of study. It's a new and interesting experiment. So Europe, a lot of countries, a lot of systems in higher education, different administration modes, different legal frameworks, not always congruent. And there are universities that are hundreds of years old, universities, young universities like the University of Thessaly, a few decades old, and states that want to control higher education, states that have passed the freedom to the universities a long time ago. Differences, but they collaborate in research projects, in education projects. They establish networks, and they began to know each other. That created mobility of students, mobility of faculty, staff, programs such as Erasmus, but all the rest that required the people to get together and work together and innovate and come with different modes for learning and creating knowledge. That brought about the European Universities Initiative. Lots of universities grabbed the opportunity, expressed interest, created alliances, of which arguably Invest is the best. Okay, or it has the potential to be one of the best. I sincerely wish you best of success and best of luck. We all want to see how this program is going to evolve. But technology provides other modes of learning, interesting modes of learning. We call it student-centered approach or seamless learning. And I heard it for the first time as vividly stated as anybody else by Anne-Maria Imafidon, then 21-year-old, talking to a mega conference in Brussels in 2014. She was a prodigy who got her master's in math from Oxford University at the age of 19. We want to be able to learn anything, anytime, anywhere, at our pace, at our place. So the young generation requires more, expects more than delivery of a lecture in a great auditorium such as this, or in a crummy classroom that also exists in some university environments. Require more than the delivery of a lecture by a professor and a final exam at the end of the semester. The technology has given us different environments, different tools, different modes of educating. I call them the many faces or the many facets of education, and these are just some of the different ways you can educate people. And none of them is the traditional way of having a class and a fixed study program that students have to finish in 4 or 5 year time in 8 semesters or 10 or 6. All these exist, are available to the majority of the students, and all of them require some kind of quality assurance. We learn how to do quality assurance in traditional programs, more or less, and we consider as a continuous and structured evaluation process that focuses on improvement and accountability, because universities have to report to the community how they spend the money that they get from the government or from the European Union, for that matter. So quality assurance provides information and judgment through a predefined process and a set of criteria, and can be either internal or external. It is based on an institutional system supported by a relevant quality culture. I will come back to this. It's not synonymous to quality accreditation because it is wider in scope. And it is, or it has to be, part of the institutional quality management system. Accreditation is a procedure of quality assurance. Accreditation is not evaluation. It's a specific, predefined, and internationally acceptable. It is based on specific, predefined, and internationally acceptable published quantitative and qualitative standards and indicators, and I will discuss them briefly. And it is aligned with the principles and guidelines for quality assurance in the European higher education area. It requires the independence of the quality assurance agency. So the quality assurance is not performed by the government or by the university itself. It requires an independent agency. It has the phase of the institutional self-assessment, the internal evaluation, then followed by an external evaluation or a site visit and a review that is published. I don't know if I have to repeat the benefits of quality assurance. Greek universities are in the process of going through accreditation. It started back in 2018 as accreditation. and the newer study programs will finish this process this year. And then we move to the accreditation of the graduate programs, of which we have a lot. So the benefits are internal and external. Even though our colleagues generally grant about the papers that they have to fill, the reports that they have to prepare for the site visit. At the end, they are invariably happy with the result once they realize how much they do, how much they have accomplished, and how well they can present themselves. It gives them the opportunity to identify some deficiencies and act upon them. The principles of quality assurance in the European higher education area are also, I believe, known, but let me just highlight them. It is the responsibility of the higher education institution to assure quality of their provision of education. The quality assurance responds to the diversity of higher education systems, institutions, programs, and students that are available in the world. Supports the development of a quality culture and takes into account the needs and expectations of students, all other stakeholders, and society. What we have in Europe and the world, we have ENCA, the European Association for Quality Assurance in Higher Education, that was established in 2000 as a network, and in 2004 as an association of quality assurance in higher education, and is an umbrella organization, association for the national agencies in the 49 countries that participate, and of course aims to promote quality in higher education. We have ECAR, the European Quality Assurance Register for Higher Education, that evaluates and accredits national agencies and some private agencies that comply with the European standards and guidelines and can perform accreditation exercises. In ECAR, there are governments that participate. There are main stakeholder organizations such as the European University Association and ENCA itself, and there are observers from the European Union and other European major bodies. This is also the International Network for Quality Assurance Agencies in Higher Education that, as the name suggests, is not European, but it's global and pre-existed because it was established in 1991. It's loosely coupled association. It does not exert as much control as ENCA to the individual agencies, but it has a set of international standards and guidelines. The Hellenic Authority for Higher Education has a dual mission. One is the quality assurance, evaluation and accreditation of programs of study in Greece, but it also contributes towards the formation and implementation of the national strategy for higher education and the allocation of funding to Greek public universities. And in this way, it is sort of different from the majority of the national quality assurance agencies. It has an additional role and set of responsibilities. HAHE is a member of all three international associations. Recently, this year, we became members of ECAR. A word about the European standards and guidelines that are re-evaluated every 10 years. We currently use the 2015 version, set of standards and guidelines for internal and external quality assurance, which provide guidance and mode for performing quality assurance and ways to tailor it to the national environments. But they set a common framework. They enable assurance and improvement of quality, support mutual trust, provide information. All these highlighted items there are of importance to European universities, because I assume that it is a common goal to work in the same way. These require internal quality assurance, external quality assurance, and of course the involvement of the quality assurance agencies. Those of you who are involved in the accreditation of your programs of study are familiar with the criteria of HAHE, because we are aligned, we have aligned our criteria to the European standards and guidelines. 34 countries and regions are fully aligned, including Greece. 10 countries and regions are partially aligned, and 7 countries at the moment are not aligned yet. This, as I said, there's a set of international standards and guidelines supported by INCAHE, divided into 3 sections. I will not, of course, list them in details, but notice that section number 3, guiding principles, to promote continuous enhancement of the national quality assurance agencies. Through a continuous cycle of checking for relevance and efficiency. And if you identify that you are falling behind, or there are new modes of credit or controlled, then you revise, you transform, and you measure efficiency. So the goal is to continuous improvement. And this is another way to look at it. The capability maturity model, which is applied to a number of varying processes, including software development. You start with processes that are at the initial stage. An organization such as a university starts with at this stage. Think, for example, processes such as the admission of students in a graduate program of study, or in the selection of educators, teachers, professors that will teach in a graduate program of study. It's 2 separate processes. Initially, years ago, these processes in the Greek system were disorganized, ad hoc, and even chaotic. So decisions were taken based on what was available, what was the individual thinking of the director of the program. So gradually, and we consider it an improvement if these processes become repeatable. And we say that the organization itself passes through at the second level, where processes are established, defined, and documented. The third level is called defined, where standard processes are developed and standard, for example, for all graduate programs in a university, the way to admit students is set to not necessarily one if the university is large and multi-thematic, but at least there are 3 or 4 different ways of admission of students, and every program of study has to choose one of them, not devise their own. And then at the managed level, processes are monitored and controlled by the organization. And lastly, optimizing where processes are continuously improved. So the organization itself has mechanisms that will continuously improve its own processes. Universities are not, I'm talking primarily about Greek universities. I don't want to generalize. Universities are not at the optimizing level. They're somewhere between 3 and 4. And the quality assurance process helps them move higher. There are a lot of challenges for quality assurance. I think I have, do I have a couple of minutes? This is my last slide. And we have a panel session after lunch where we will discuss some of them. Definitely cross-border quality assurance or quality assurance in joint programs, such as those that will emerge from European universities, is a challenge. We have to devise new rules or to update our standards and guidelines. And we want to work with you, with the universities, and evaluate your ideas, your proposals, and come up with a scheme that will be efficient and effective. Okay. We have micro-credentials that arise from all over the world. We have students taking classes, online classes from various institutions. Sustainability, which is an issue of concern to invest, to your alliance, sustainability of higher education, the increasing cost of education. Does it guarantee better quality? We're not sure. We don't know. A lot of us don't think so. And how sustainable it is. I mean, in the U.S., there are articles that begin to appear in newspapers such as New York Times that begin to question the return on investment of a university degree. Does it make any sense, or does it make the same sense as it used to be 20, 30 years ago to make all the effort to go to the university, spend all that money, and try to get a job afterwards? I was actually flabbergasted by when I was reading this this article. So it is. Technology advances, and especially AI, and especially ChatGPT and general AI, may be a major disruption in higher education, at least in some areas of higher education. We don't know yet. We don't want to talk about it because we cannot think of an education process without a professor in the class, but it may happen. We may be an endangered species. I don't know. It's an age thing. I'm sorry. It's an age thing. If you're 30 years old, you may be thinking that the professors are an endangered species. If you're in your 60s like me, then you think, well, I'm safe. I will manage to retire. The fundamental values in the European higher education area, like student participation, like university autonomy, like the interaction with society and the control of the university on its own operation. League tables or global rankings versus quality. Is there a correlation? Some universities begin to question that and have decided to abstain. And I have also listed institutional quality assurance. What I mean by that, sometimes a program of study is presented in a very nice way, a very nice package, but the reality on the ground is different because people may think, some people may think that the goal is to get the accreditation stamp, the stamp of approval, and we don't care if what we have promised or what we have presented is real or not. The institutional mentality on quality assurance is different from what is presented as an accomplishment with various accreditation stamps and approvals. Thank you. I think we will have a chance to continue the discussion later on. I don't think we have questions.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Mitkas, for this enlightening, informative, and challenging. You raised some challenging issues here. And also you touched on some other issues such as micro-credentials, quality assurance, which are main points of our next proposal that we have, the Invest 2 for the European University we have submitted. And we expect the results, as the European Commission says, announced the end of the month. So thank you very much. Okay. By the way this, I failed to mention this. There is going to be questions. If you have a question, because of the the limited time, we don't have parallel sessions as a traditional conference. So if you have questions, write them down. We will have a plenary session after lunch, and we can answer a couple of questions if you have one. Okay. The next speaker is a lady who was and is in the project from right in the beginning, since 3 years ago, right from the first meeting we had at the research committee in Volos when first the project was announced. And she joined as vice rector of research and lifelong learning. And also she quickly realized the importance of the project, and he's been a member of the scientific team as well. He's been in many tough situations and meetings in various places in Europe concerning the project. Please, Ioana Laliotou, assistant professor. Yes. Assistant Professor Ioana Laliotou. She's a very great supporter of the project and hard worker. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. It's very difficult to follow up on this introduction and follow up, take the floor after Professor Mitkas. As much as I would be very happy to be 30 years old and assistant professor, I'm now an associate professor, Nicola, but it would be nice to be assistant professor and 30 years old. Dear colleagues, partners, esteemed administrative representatives, I would like to welcome you in my turn at the University of Thessaly and our summer Greek event of Invest. Thank you all for being here, especially our colleagues and friends from abroad, for collaborating with our UTH team in this ambitious project throughout the last few years. Special thanks are due to my colleague Nikos Samaras and his team for putting in all this hard work, the vision and the diligence required for grasping and implementing such complex and multi-leveled academic projects as the European University Alliance. Nicola, it has been a pleasure getting to know you and sharing your enthusiasm all these years. The European University Alliances initiative was introduced as part of the European Commission policy in higher education as early as 2017. It has been implemented up until now via 4 separate and consecutive funding calls that have resulted in a growing number of competitive collaborations across Europe, hopefully changing, or at least aspiring to change, the landscape of higher education and academic culture in our continent. The officially pronounced policy goal that grounded this new framework and supported the European University Alliances was to promote close collaboration between academic institutions in Europe, to promote European values, as always, enhance and encourage the mobility of students, researchers, and staff, and to revolutionize quality and competitiveness of knowledge production, research and education through collaboration in Europe. In that respect, the European University Alliances initiative is obviously a continuation and an integral part, I would say, of the decades-old Erasmus Plus vision that has sought at promoting wide-range teaching and research collaborations between academics, students, and researchers across Europe, but also globally. Funded, in fact, under the umbrella of Erasmus Plus, the European University Alliance so much more. The 2 distinctive characteristics of this enterprise are, I believe, the following. First, long-term, stable institutional collaboration. The alliances are based on the strong commitment of otherwise independent and well-established, both nationally and internationally, academic institutions to create common visions, to design and implement hybrid academic practices, and to often, allow me the word, fabricate, in the good sense of the word, transnational policy tools that never existed before. Long-term commitment leading, among others, to degree awards on undergraduate, graduate, and PhD level is an intrinsic and more or less unprecedented enterprise in Europe. The prospect of European university alliances involving into independent legal entities, still in process and in progress, is a unique development in policy and practice, bearing the potential to make a revolution, really, in higher education and research in Europe as such. We shall see. The second characteristic of increasing characteristic of European alliances is collaboration through competitiveness, a contradiction in terms, in a sense. The selection and funding of European university alliances are based on excellence and merit in two respects. Excellence of the national institutions involved and scholarly merit of the specific projects that are thematically focused in ways that support the idea that collaboration is not just aimed at providing overall generic knowledge, but more importantly, at producing knowledge, expertise, training, and education on cutting-edge subjects that powerfully and bravely address real problems, local communities, and challenges at a global level, such as the sustainability in the case of our Invest Alliance, to which I will return shortly. The initiative to create long-term commitment to academic collaboration with the aim of eventually establishing new independent intra-European university institutions is somehow unprecedented in Europe, extremely ambitious, I would say, and experimental. The only two previous cases that I can think of that have served similar in their differences goals and come to my mind are the European University Institute in Florence, Italy, my own alma mater Auditorium, founded in 1972, and the Central University Institute in Vienna and Budapest, founded, if I'm not mistaken, in 1991. Those are both highly esteemed academic and research institutions aimed at providing graduate and PhD programs in specific areas of study. Both of these institutions were founded in a top-to-bottom process, from scratch, that is, in order to serve a vision of a distinctively European higher education at moments of political tradition and social change, the 70s and the 90s. Yet, the nascent European university alliances constitute a by far much more ambitious and braver initiative. The initiative here is to mobilize bottom-up in a new way the vast and centuries-long higher educational capacity of Europe. Europe, I remind you, the home that gave birth to the university as a novel and powerful historical institution of social change and cultural advancement on a global level as early as the 19th century AD. Mobilizing today our tremendous and massive European academic capacity in a bottom-up process from the universities to transnational institutions of encouraging and supporting existing institutions to collaborate and commit towards the common goal to create something bigger and different than the sum of our separate capabilities is, I believe, a great challenge, but also a huge bet for the future of Europe in the emerging global landscape of knowledge-based policies and knowledge-intensive social and economic advancement. In this respect, I want to share with you today my sincerest sense of pride and responsibility that our universities, partners of Invest, present here today, we all participate dynamically and responsibly, I want to believe, in this great experiment in our effort to co-create our future academic traditions to be. Internationalization. This difficult to pronounce word for all of us, even for native speakers, has recently become nevertheless a buzzword in academic policies and politics worldwide. There are many meanings and several strategic choices that are derived from the various definitions and understanding of the word and its essence. Some facts. The academic world has historically already been international. Even in the educationally most nationally centered 19th century, knowledge production has always employed and developed practices that superseded national borders and often politics. And this, despite the fact that science has often in history been weaponized in order to serve brutal national politics, such as war, destruction, and annihilation of the enemy. Scholars and scientists, not always one and the same thing, have always been international in the sense that we, have belonged to a more or less elite and privileged social groups, a fact that has traditionally provided us with the ability to travel across borders and, most importantly, to read and study across borders. Knowledge is ideas and information, and ideas and information travel. They travel fast, even faster in our digital age, even in circumstances under which physical mobility of people is technically constrained, as in the recent experience of the great pandemic. The high density of mobilities that characterize our contemporary world requires universities to develop tools and practices that ensure that we educate and train young people as citizens, scholars, and practitioners who have or will have the capabilities to live and act in a global and mobile landscape. Thus, internationalization is not and cannot, and I believe should not, be diminished to a narrow and short-sighted vision to quote-unquote attract and increase the number of our foreign students in our universities. Much differently, internationalization today entails and requires practices that will allow us to change the content of education, to design new curricula, teaching and research methods, and social skills that provide both domestic and international students alike with global capacities and capabilities. Even more so, since the distinction between domestic and international, especially within the European context, is soon to be, if not abolished, at least blurred beyond recognition. In this respect, internationalization is by definition an all-inclusive, bottom-up process of transformation of higher education. In terms of policy, it does require substantial public investment in human resources and infrastructure. But most importantly, it does require a long-term commitment in brave and experimental attempts to restructure the very content and form of advanced teaching and research. Invest. As an experiment in higher education, INVEST has adopted a thematic approach to higher learning, teaching, and research. Learning is organized around the core theme of sustainable regional development. Since the early 20th century, sustainability, and more recently resilience, has been a core concept for the development of research, theory, practice, and techniques across disciplines and areas of study. Understanding the world as a space marked by a certain degree of scarcity of resources, disciplines ranging from philosophy, history, and economics to biotechnology, life sciences, and environmental studies have addressed the various aspects of the feasibility, attainability, and prospect of managing resources and life as such in sustainable ways, which means in ways that can guarantee, in the best way possible, a future existence for all, for some, or for just a few. This depends on our ethics in the broad sense of the word, the approach, and the stance each one of us takes today. Needless to remind you all that back in the 1970s, in his prodigious by now lectures at the Collège de France, Michel Foucault pronounced the impetus to manage scarce resources via the management of population and territory as the holy grail of all modern governmentality and biopolitics. And I'm referring to the famous book, which I'm sure you all know, Security, Territory, Population, Lectures at the Collège de France, 1977-1978. In choosing to foreground sustainability as the core subject of our European University Alliance, we introduced, I believe, an experiment towards a total realignment of higher teaching and research, both in content and in form. Independent courses, but also degree-oriented curricula, are thematically rearranged and focused, not by subduing disciplinarity to intersectionality, which would mean just another interdisciplinary program of studies, but by building up multidisciplinary capacities among departments and European institutions. Involving the local communities in this process is another innovative and promising mark of Invest Alliances that we intend, I believe, to develop and enhance. The possibilities here are endless, and I would invite you all to welcome Invest in our second and enlarged round, I believe, of funding, as a laboratory of experimental higher education at its best. Last but not least, the choice of sustainability as a core concept is pivotal, as it is closely related to the role that Europe itself, through our alliances, can assume in the global landscape of advanced research and higher teaching and learning. Europe and its regions, but also Europe itself as a region in the global setting, developing methods of research and teaching that can provide young people with knowledge and skills necessary for surviving our future and critically support social justice and resilience. As Europe today re-enters the global landscape, not anymore as a hegemonic power, but as a developing power itself, a rich post-colonial region of the world, focusing on regional sustainability as a core concept of education and knowledge production is, I believe, a very promising path that we need and we will pave, I hope, in the years to follow. Thank you all for being here today, but most importantly, thank you for working with you, and I wish us best success in our future.
Thank you, Ioana. Thank you for your support. Okay, ordinarily we would have the coordinators of the project, the Slovak team. However, the flight was cancelled last night, so they had to go back to Nitra. For that reason, we will have Dr. Drahoslav Lankaric, Vice Rector of the Slovak University of Agriculture, that he will join us online to give us some insights on the impact of the INVEST project. Okay.
Okay. I would like to say hello to everybody who was able to get to Larissa. Actually, I'm sorry I couldn't make it. My topic will be about the impact on the European University's vision of our consortium, of our Invest Alliance. I would like to shortly walk you through the agenda of my presentation. Firstly, I will speak about the general vision of European Universities Initiative. Then I will talk some facts and thoughts about its impacts. and then I will move to the general ambition of our alliance and how can invest alliance serve as a role model for other university consortiums. So the general vision of European University Initiative encompasses a vision that revolves around fostering cooperation, innovation, and mobility among European universities. This initiative aims to create a European education area where higher education institutions collaborate, exchange knowledge, and work towards common goals. It could be in detail described by some closer visions. First of all, I think it's the strengthening of European identity and values. The initiative envisions a Europe that values its cultural diversity while promoting a shared sense of European identity. And by encouraging cross-border collaboration and mobility, this initiative seeks to enhance mutual understanding, intercultural dialogue, and the appreciation of European values. This can be done further by promoting excellence and competitiveness. The initiative aims to support European universities in achieving excellence and maintaining the competitiveness on a global scale. And it, at the same time, recognize the importance of research, innovation, and quality education as drivers for economic growth, social development, and individual success. The vision of the Erasmus Plus European University Initiative is to establish a network of universities that actively collaborate and cooperate with one another, and this collaboration includes joint degree programs, research projects, sharing of resources and expertise, and the exchange of best practices in teaching and learning. Very important also is facilitating of the student and staff mobility. This initiative emphasizes the importance of student and staff mobility as a means of acquiring international experience, broadening horizons, and developing intercultural competencies. It envisions a Europe where students and staff have seamless opportunities to study, teach, train, or conduct research in different European countries, and thereby enriching their personal and professional growth. Encouraging innovation and education is important, I think, for all alliances, not only for our alliance, and it's one of the vision of Erasmus Plus European University initiatives, which promote the adoption of new pedagogical approaches, digital technologies, and multidisciplinary collaboration to enhance this quality and relevance of education. By enhancing social impact and addressing global challenges, the vision of this initiative orbits around the universities that have a significant role to play in addressing social challenges and contributing to the achievement of sustainable development goals. Every alliance embraced many SDGs, as did ours, and it envisions universities as active agents in finding solutions to global issues such as climate change, for example, social inequality, healthcare, and digital transformation. The Erasmus Plus European University Initiative aims to empower students by offering diverse and inclusive learning environments. It seeks to ensure equal opportunities for all students, regardless of their background, gender, or socioeconomic status, and promotes initiatives that support social inclusion and well-being of students. And finally, building strategic partnership. It should be not only among European universities, but also with their stakeholders, such as industry, for example, research institutes, civil society organizations, and public authorities. What are the expected impacts? So they are closely linked to mentioned ambitions. First of all is the collaboration opportunity, collaboration opportunities. Erasmus Plus University Alliances facilitate enhanced collaboration among member institutions. This collaboration can include joint research projects, exchange programs, sharing of best practices, and development of innovative educational initiatives. One of the impacts should be or expected impact is the increased mobility and exchange opportunities. One of the primary objectives is to promote student and staff mobility across Europe. The formation of expansion of an alliance can lead to an increase in mobility opportunities for students and staff within the alliance. And while this is beneficial for participating universities, other European universities may experience a reduced number of incoming exchange students or have fewer opportunities. This remains to be seen. By strengthened academic networks, Erasmus Plus University Alliances foster the creation of strong academic networks among participating institutions. These networks facilitate the exchange of knowledge, expertise, and research collaboration. One of the expected impacts is enhanced visibility and reputation. Participation in Erasmus Plus University Alliance can enhance the visibility and reputation of member universities on European scale. The Alliance profile of the activities such as joint programs, research collaborations, innovative projects can rise the visibility and reputation. Very important also is alignment with European policy priorities. Erasmus Plus University Alliance aligns these priorities in the field of education, research, innovation. The formation of expansion can signify also alignment of member universities with these priorities. Very important also is expected sharing and dissemination of knowledge. This can result in the development of implementation of innovative teaching methods, curricula, and research approaches. And by influencing regional partnership, it is expected the alliance may attract universities from a specific geographic area and leading to the concentration of resources and expertise within the alliance. What is the ambition of Invest Alliance? We expect that by 2025, Invest will be recognized as inclusive higher education institution with respect to the individual students' needs, meaning flexible curricula and individual learning paths will also be applicable based on learning outcomes and structure. After this year, Invest will become model of good practices for the achievement of the policy of the university education area. We sincerely expect that Invest Alliance will serve as a model of practice in enhancing high quality and accessibility of education. For this, I need sufficient financial resources to improve infrastructure, to hire qualified teachers, and provide educational materials and technologies, because teachers play a pivotal role in delivering quality education. Providing continuous professional development opportunities and mentoring programs and resources for teachers help enhance their teaching skills and knowledge. Well-trained and motivated teachers can better engage students and ensure quality learning outcomes. Very important will be leveraging technology in education, which can significantly enhance access to quality learning. For example, online platforms, educational software, and digital resources can bridge geographical gaps, reach remote areas. It is expected that our alliance serves as a model for strengthening the link between education, research, and innovation. And by encouraging research and innovation in education, the result should be the development of effective teaching methods, tools, and policies. Embracing evidence-based practices and keeping abreast of educational advancements can further improve the quality and accessibility of education. It was mentioned already that one of the good practice should be increased mobility of students and staff and researchers. This could be done by scholarship and exchange programs, and in some cases by language support. Because offering language training and support programs can help students, staff, and researchers overcome language barriers, which are associated with international mobility. Very important will be encouraging key stakeholders' participation and social engagement of students and staff. This will be done by using open communication channels. This will foster an environment of open communication and dialogue between students, staff, and key stakeholders, and the regular feedback mechanism will be encouraged, and the management will actively listen to this feedback. Another way how to encourage stakeholders' participation might be community service and outreach programs and integration of social issues in the curriculums. Very important will be involvement of local communities and regional development. For example, partners with local partnerships with local governments, businesses, non-profit organizations, and community groups can be initiated, and this partnership can create opportunities for joint projects, knowledge sharing, resource pooling, and collaborative problem solving. By working together, universities and communities can address local challenges and contribute to the regional development. Universities and our consortium can actively engage in regional planning and policy-making processes, and by providing research-based insights, expertise, and academic perspectives, universities can contribute to the development of effective policies and strategies to address regional challenges. Very important is to keep in mind that students are diverse, and therefore diversity of students and learners population and making easier access to education will be one of the good practice as well. Ensuring education is accessible to all individuals regardless their background, abilities, or disabilities is vital for equity, and recognizing that traditional classroom-based education may not be suitable for everyone. Flexible learning options should be offered. Role model. As we stated in our application, Invest Alliance should be considered a role model for other alliances, especially by promoting a clear but innovative educational model and sharing an integrated long-term strategy for education. Virtual European higher education inter-university campus should be established, and innovative curricula should be offered. This can be achieved through concept of the living labs. This concept should be integrated in the education at each partner university. Some of them were further ahead compared to the rest of the universities or partners, but slowly by knowledge exchange, I think these different concepts will be embraced by all the partners. Another important way how to achieve this position of role model is adaptation and implementation of the Educate digital framework. I think this will be mentioned later in more detail. The same goes by the virtual university campus. Really important in promoting the mobility and cultural experience are winter and summer schools. Several were organized already. Other will follow. So I think that these ways will definitely achieve to establish Invest Alliance in the position of the role model. And I hope that we will continue this record in the future. Now I would thank you very much for the opportunity to mention these visions. And yes, once again, I'm really sorry that I couldn't make it to Larissa in person.
Thank you, Dragoslav. I don't know if you can hear me. Sorry, we can't have you here, but we hope next time we'll make it up for you. I don't know if he can hear me. Okay, the next speaker, who is one who really deeply believed in this project. She's a very energetic and ideas-generating person who, from the proposal stages, really had unbelievable insights and ideas of the development of this Invest European University Alliance project. She also, as a local coordinator of Van Hall-Larenstein University, she was a great contributor in curriculum development issues. She also, and then she went ahead and retired. So we are very happy, ecstatic, I should say, that we have her in our University of Thessaly Invest team. So please welcome Yanni van der Luit.
I'm looking for the one to get, oh, and you do it with a mouse to go next. Okay, yes, just, oh, and now I have to go back again. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very honored to be here to speak to you about the critical role European universities have in leading transitions towards regional sustainability and resilience. Recent events like COVID and the war in Ukraine have taught us that the regions need to accelerate their process of solving the sustainability problems and also to increase their resilience. In a time marked by rapid environmental, social, and economic challenges, we must unite our intellectual capacities and resources to address the pressing challenges that lay ahead. European university alliances, and more specifically INVEST, can play a crucial role to support this process. So, I will speak to you about these subjects. First, I will address the crucial roles of European university alliances like INVEST. Secondly, the mutual benefits of the relationship between the regions and the universities. How the strengthening of the connection between the regions and the universities can take place. How working on a European scale can make everybody more effective. And finally, I would like to plea for the benefits of experiential learning, methods that in education use them more in education and research for sustainability and resilience. Yes. So what are the crucial roles of European university alliances? Dragoslav already had some thoughts about it, and also Joanna also had some ideas about it I found very inspiring. But what I think that's very important is that research and innovation. European universities are hubs of research and innovation. They contribute to the development of knowledge, technologies, and solutions that address various sustainability challenges. Through interdisciplinary research, university explores sustainable practices in fields such as renewable energy, waste management, agriculture, urban planning, and, very important, climate change mitigation. In INVEST, this is united in the three main focus areas: water, energy, food, and the environmental nexus, the quality of life, and entrepreneurship. The research finding and innovations provide valuable insights and tools for building sustainable life and resilience in Europe's regions, which was the ambition of INVEST. The Living Lab methodology, as developed within INVEST, offers an extra element, And, next page, sorry. By using the quadruple helix approach, which is a difficult word for saying that people from research, education, companies, non-governmental organization, and governmental organization should work together and participate actively. Students, researchers, and specialists from civic society work together to develop innovative solutions for complex sustainability issues that find their origin and also the application in the daily work situation of the regional participants from civic society. Secondly, education and skills development. Universities are the key institutions for educating and training the next generation of leaders, professionals, and policymakers, even if the Americans can think that's not true. They offer a wide range of degree programs, courses, and training opportunities related to sustainability and resilience. By equipping students with knowledge and skills in areas like environmental sciences, sustainable development, and research management, universities empower individuals to contribute to sustainable practices and drive positive change with their in their communities and regions. In Invest, this has been done by developing a joint pedagogy based on experiential learning aimed at obtaining competencies. The latter are formulated in close consultation with professional practice, because that's where our graduates have to work. So they need to know what they have to do, and it has to be relevant. So let's talk about it with the people who concern. So the other thing that was done is that the research is also closely connected to the education programs, not separately, but do it together. Learn from it already while you're also teaching. And furthermore, of course, modern teaching and learning techniques are being used, and also include, of course, the digital systems where our Greek friends are very good at. As we have seen, everything works. And of course, the cultural and language skills, because it's very important in Europe that that we can't all speak English. A partner that's not in Europe anymore, nor not in the EU anyway, but that we also know about each other's culture and each other's languages, about our histories and geography, because that's what defines us. Being Europeans together is the next phase, what we can achieve. This has resulted in several joint academic programs on bachelor, master's, and PhD levels within the focal point of Invest. And moreover, also non-academic programs are developed that are derived from the academic programs, and so enable the participants from civic society to enhance their expertise, but also to bridge the gap between vocational training to academic learning, and to gain recognition again towards a future degree. So that could be our new students, adult students, part-time students. Third, collaboration and partnerships. European universities foster collaboration and partnerships amongst academia, industry, government, and civil society organizations. They often engage in regional and international projects that aim to address sustainability challenges. By working together with various stakeholders, universities can leverage their expertise and resources to develop comprehensive and integrated solutions to the specific needs of the different European regions. Collaborative efforts promote knowledge exchange, capacity building, and the implementation of sustainable practices on a larger scale. In Invest, this has been done by formulating both regional and joint knowledge agendas that are at present the basis for further research, innovation, and training activities. So it's an integrated approach: education, research, connections with the regions, and make it practical to come up with solutions, to make interesting programs for students and for people from the region, and for the future of us all. Furthermore, as we have seen, Invest has developed important relationship with important European bodies and organizations that support the efforts of the European University initiatives. URESHI, but also the quality assurance agencies. Policy and advocacy. Universities can serve as knowledge centers and advisors to policymakers and regional authorities. They provide evidence-based research, policy recommendations, and expert opinions to inform decision-making processes. By engaging with policymakers, university can influence the development and implementation of sustainable policies at regional, national, and European levels. This helps create an enabling environment for sustainable development and resilient building efforts in Europe's regions. And finally, community engagement and outreach. I think Invest can probably work a little bit more on that. That could be a next phase. And also, European university actively engage with local communities through outreach programs, public lectures, workshops, and partnerships with non-governmental organizations, but also with activities for students that could be the agents of change. They have very interesting ideas. They can think outside of the box, where we old people still use the things we have learned and what we have experienced. Students have new ideas, fresh ideas, and also get the space from all the people who are in their fixed ways to come up with new ideas and to get them inspired. So let's use and involve students. But these activities can raise awareness about sustainability issues and promote community involvement in sustainable initiative. By fostering a sense of ownership and participation, universities encourage individuals and communities to embrace a sustainable lifestyle and practices, and thus contributing to overall resilience of Europe's regions. So what are the mutual benefits of the relationship between the regions and the universities? The first is regional development. By incorporating sustainable practices and innovations developed by universities, regions can enhance their economic competitiveness, attract investment, and create green jobs. Sustainable development leads to improved quality of life, enhanced infrastructure, and increased well-being for regional sustainability. Secondly, the reputation and funding, which is always interesting because money makes the world go round. Universities that actively contribute to regional sustainability gain a positive reputation and are more likely to attract external funding and partnerships. Collaboration with regions enhances their visibilities, strengthens their research capabilities, and increases their chances of securing grants and resources to further advance sustainable activities. Third, applied research opportunities. Working closely with regions provides universities with valuable opportunities for applied research. By addressing real-world problems, so the research question is not coming from the researchers, but from the real world. By addressing these real-world problems, research can validate their theories, test solutions in practical settings, and can contribute to impact knowledge creation, and discover that the world is a little bit more complex than you think at first as a researcher. The applied research also enhances and promotes the integration of research and practice. 4. Students' engagement and employability. Collaborating with regions enables universities to offer students experiential learning opportunities through internship, fieldwork, and community engagement. This engagement enhances students' practical skills, exposes them to regional sustainability challenges, and prepares them for future careers aligned with sustainable development. It also fosters a sense of civic responsibility among students. I had also a transparency about strengthening the connection between the regions and the universities. But what I've heard is that you're doing already a good job. After I've left Invest, lots of things have happened I don't know everything about. But I can see that you have done a great job already. And you involved the stakeholders here. They talked about it and explained how important the university was. But just let's go through it very quickly then. So what I propose is the different steps that can lead to further strengthening the connection between the regions and the universities. What's very important is first to identify common goals, to establish a coordinating body, just not make it a one-off and an agreement, but just make like a coordinating body of people that meet, form interdisciplinary research team from both sides, not only from the university, but also from the region with their specialists, promote knowledge exchange between these teams and the different participants and stakeholders, not only the municipality, but also the companies, the non-governmental organizations. Just invite them to these exchanges, seek funding opportunities. Again, money makes the world go round. Develop collaborative research project and pilot initiative and applied research projects, because then students can also participate. Initiate community engagement and education. So don't do only research, but also involve citizens, because a lot of people know a lot about their own problems and can help, have some ideas, and it's very hard as a citizen to get your ideas heard at municipal level, etc. So the university could act as an in-between for that. Monitor and evaluate progress, to look at quality. And sustain and formalize the partnership. You already have the agreements, but also to look at it and say, okay, this works, it doesn't work, and how can we continue? Then initiate communication. That's okay. So that's something in my paper that doesn't work. Okay, initiate community. Then by following these steps, the university and the region, and I don't mean only the governmental, but also the organizations and the people living in the region. A university in the region can forge a strong partnership to tackle sustainability and resilience challenges, leveraging their expertise, research capabilities, and community engagement potential of the university while addressing the specific needs and aspirations of the region. And as I said, students can play a very important role because they're enthusiastic and they have nice ideas and they have also the time to do it. Okay, so the next one is working together on a European scale and becoming more effective. This was the idea of the whole university alliances, to work together more. But if you look at the collaboration between the different Europeans and regions, like it's done within the university alliances, it's also crucial. That's crucial for the addressing the sustainability and the resilience problem. So working together, not only as university and your own region, but also with the other regions and the other universities, is important. What are the benefits of it? You can share the resources and expertise. European regions and universities possess diverse resources, knowledge, and expertise related to sustainability and resilience. By working together, they can leverage their strengths, share best practices, and pool their resources to tackle complex challenges more effectively. Collaboration enables the exchange of ideas, innovative approaches, and technological advancements, leading to more comprehensive and robust solutions. There are also interconnected challenges. Sustainability and resilience problems often transcend geographical boundaries. Issues like climate change, resource depletion, and urbanizations impact multiple regions simultaneously. By collaborating, European regions and universities can address interconnected challenges collectively, ensuring coordinated and synergistic response. Sharing experiences and lessons learned helps avoid duplication of efforts, even making mistakes, and enables faster progress. The scalability and adaptability. Collaborative efforts enhance the scalability and adaptability of sustainability and resilience solutions. Different regions may face similar problems, but varying magnitudes and context. By working together, universities and regions can develop scalable models and frameworks that can be tailored to suit the specific regional needs. This collaborative approach facilitates the transfer of successful practices between regions, accelerating progress, ensuring that solutions are adapted to local circumstances. Policy and governance. Collaboration between regions and university provides a platform for policy development and governance mechanisms. By working together, stakeholders can align their efforts, can influence policy agendas and promote sustainability and resilience goals at local, but also at national and European levels. Collaborative networks can contribute to the development of standardized practice, guidelines and regulation, fostering a supportive environment for sustainable development across Europe. Education and research. Universities play a critical role in generating knowledge, conducting research, and educating future generations. By collaborating across regions, oh, that's interesting. So they are now sticking together. Universities can establish joint research projects, share data, and develop interdisciplinary approaches to address sustainability. And because you are with more universities, you have more specialists. And that are very different between the universities. So you can share also the knowledge and the skills of your people, of your staff. And so interdisciplinary approaches can be developed to address sustainability and resilience challenges. This collaboration fosters innovations, fosters cross-pollination of ideas, and enables the training of a skilled workforce equipped to tackle complex issues. A collective impact. Sustainability and resilience challenges require collective action and a coordinated response from the various stakeholders. Collaborative efforts between European regions and universities amplify their impact by combining their strengths, resources, and networks. This collective approach enhances the visibility, influence, and effectiveness of initiatives aimed at achieving sustainable development goals. So, and to bring it closer to the universities. So, I would like to conclude my speech with a plea for introducing more experiential learning in all university programs that are aimed at teaching and researching sustainability issues and development of regional resilience. The educational approach of learning by doing, also known as experiential learning or hands-on learning, can be highly beneficial in teaching students to solve sustainability and resilience problems. Here are some of the key benefits. Active engagement. Learning by doing actively engages students in the learning process. Instead of passively receiving information, students become more active participants in solving real-world problems. This active engagement enhances their understanding, critical thinking skills, and problem-solving abilities. Practical application. Learning by doing provides students with opportunities to apply theoretical knowledge to practical situations. It allows them to bridge the gap between theory and practice by engaging in real-life scenarios and hands-on activities. This practical application helps students develop a deeper understanding of sustainability and resilience issues and how to address them effectively. Holistic learning. Learning by doing promotes holistic learning by integrating multiple disciplines and also multiple perspectives. Sustainability and resilience problems are complex, multifaceted, and are requiring interdisciplinary approaches. By actively engaging in problem-solving activities, students can explore different dimensions of these challenges and understand their interconnectedness of various factors, such as environmental, social, economic, and technological aspects. Skills development. This approach fosters the development of a wide range of skills necessary for solving sustainability and resilience problems. Students acquire practical skills such as data collection and analysis, but also project management, teamwork, communication, and decision making. They also develop critical thinking skills, adaptability, creativity, and innovation, which are essential for addressing complex and evolving sustainability issues. There's also a development of an emotional connection. Learning by doing often involves immersive experiences, which can create emotional connections and foster a sense of empathy and responsibility towards sustainability and resilience challenges. When students actively engage with these problems, witness their impact, and work together towards the solutions, they develop a deeper understanding of the urgency and importance of sustainability practices. Collaboration and networking. Many sustainability and resilience challenges require collaboration and cooperation among diverse stakeholders, including researchers, practitioners, communities, and policymakers. Learning by doing provides opportunities for students to collaborate with peers, experts, and professionals from different backgrounds. This collaboration promotes networking, enhances students' ability to work in diverse teams, and fosters the development of professional networks that can support their future activities. It has also a long-term impact. Learning by doing can have a lasting impact on students' attitudes and behaviors towards sustainability and resilience. Through active engagement, students develop personal connections with the issues and gain a sense of urgency in finding solutions. This can inspire them to continue working towards sustainability and resilience throughout their lives, whether in their careers, personal life, or in their communities. So, my conclusion. The role of European university alliances and INVEST is crucial because they act as catalysts for sustainable life and resilience in Europe's nations. By conducting research, providing education and skills development, fostering collaboration, offering policy advice, and engaging with communities. Their multifaceted contributions are essential for addressing sustainability challenges and building a resilient future for Europe. Furthermore, by applying the educational approach of experiential learning in more of their programs, the university will deliver graduates who will be equipped with practical skills, interdisciplinary knowledge, and a sense of responsibility, enabling them to effectively tackle sustainability and resilience problems in real-world contexts. It empowers them to become active leaders of change and contribute to building a more sustainable and resilient future for Europe, and thus realize the vision of INVEST. Finally, I would like to wish the partners in INVEST success with their future activities to implement and disseminate the results of their work, and hopefully a successful continuation with the new partners. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, there is one more speaker before lunch. I will not forget this time, before break. Dr. Larissa Toivonen, who came from up north, from the far north, from our partner, Karelia University UAS, will talk to us about a very interesting subject. Lisa.
I need that. So, good afternoon, almost afternoon for everybody now. And I know that it's not very good position to stand here now when the lunch hour has started. But nevertheless, I think you need to stay the next 20 minutes or so. I try to be pretty fast and skip most of the notes and only read the slides. But first, I think that I'll present myself a little bit. Here. Myself because I only have met a few of you earlier. And I have been working for Karelia University of Applied Sciences and this Invest for Excellence project only from the end of January. And why I basically wanted to say something about myself and about, of course, about the differences between the environment we are coming from. So we are basically living in the middle of the forests up in the north. And it's very different compared to, for example, this place here. But nevertheless, we have many similar issues we are very interested. One is, of course, environment and sustainable development. Disasters, because of climate change and how to tackle those, and how we can effect European Union policy together and reach the target which European Union has set for us. But the other reason was that concerns my background. I have worked for some 25 years maybe at the Science University. So it was very much about, of course, theories, research, science cooperation, but then also starting European-wide Erasmus Mundus master's programs. Okay, you can say if you can't hear. And in those days, long time back when they started, it wasn't clear at all, is it possible to give double degrees, for example. And for example, in our university, the lawyers, they said finally that we are washing our hands from this project, do what you want, and if you sign something, it's up to you. So then what we signed, we just had to take the risk and everything went nicely. And now we just wonder why it was so difficult for lawyers, for example. So I think we are facing now a little bit similar situation, moving actively ahead, but everything is not clear at all. Then after the university years, I worked 10 years as an entrepreneur. And I think that was extremely important also when thinking now. In a company, you can't start to do everything so that you solve all the problems that you might imagine there comes later on in the future. When you have solved all those, make all the rules, the bidding process is over. So it's too late. So you just have to take the risk. You have to be able to take the risk and start to implement things. And when the issues are coming, then you are solving them. So that was the idea of this slide. And we have today have already really good and interesting presentations. And here are in the audience people who know possibly much better the topic which I have today. For example, I could imagine that Professor Pericles Mitkas knows quite a lot about the issue. Then also, of course, Drahoslav and Jani has presented many things about Invest Alliance, which are also included in my presentation, so those parts I can keep quite short. But I try to take then a bit more maybe practical point of view to these issues then, because lots of background and theory we have heard already. Nevertheless, a couple of words about European strategy for universities. As said, today our society needs more than ever the contribution of its universities. And we have about 5,000 higher education institutions, 17.5 million tertiary education students, 1.35 million people teaching them, and 1.17 million researchers. And when thinking about these numbers, I think that it looks self-evident that we can do huge amount of things and solve all the possible problems. But of course, that is not maybe always the case. And I think maybe that's why, or also because of the reasons we heard about, we need more resilience, we need to be more effective and strong as European Union, affecting on things what are happening in the world and how we contribute to the science and science innovations and industry. So European Union intends to increase the effectivity of universities to contribute implementing the European Union political agenda. And I think that now when we have heard all the other points of view, it's good to think about this European Union political agenda. So that's why universities need to be developed also. It's not only for that it's nice for students or teachers and things like that, and it's good to have a mobility. So, for example, this point 4, reinforce universities as drivers of European Union's global role and leadership. It's very important. And also, green and digital transition, European way of life, which means equality, for example, individuality, equality, freedom. So those things are very important, and thinking about our Invest Alliance, these are very strongly in our strategy. Then there are 4 flagship initiatives working in synergy and are boosting the European cooperation in higher education sector. As we heard already, Erasmus Plus European University Initiative, and a legal statute for alliances of higher education institutions for European universities and other type of alliances. And that's also the part of the topic of my speech today. How to reach that, and is it needed, and what are the obstacles? A joint European degree, and then also a student card initiative. We know that 41 university alliances have been started by now, and the target is to increase the number to 60 by mid-2024. And there is many good targets for that. And many of these have been discussed already. So I'm not going to read those aloud, to fasten the presentation a little bit. But I'll show the picture about what university alliances can be. They can be lighthouses of European way of living. And the picture is from our city. And the name of this wooden big building is Lighthouse. And it's really wooden building, and it's one of our living labs as well. And that's why it's important to be in the presentation today. University alliances can serve actors of change in twin green and digital transition, drivers of Europe's global role and leadership. They can be a new framework for enhancing European cooperation. And then we are coming to a nice interactive part to avoid you falling asleep, even if you are waiting for the food now. So this is my alliance for only this only seminar or presentation. So there is a set of questions for you to reply, such as, according to your opinion, and I emphasize your opinion. It's not your university opinion, or it's not very. Don't take it too seriously. Do it fast. What is your opinion about alliances? Should we join to form really a one university, and what kind of joint activities we should have? There is, let me see how many questions we made. Was it like 4 questions? So there are instructions, so quickly go through those and just click how you feel. I'm not going to use the results for anything special, only for boosting this speech here a little bit. So we will take 2 minutes and then we check the results. Well, let's say so that there aren't all possible choices. There are also some choices to make this a bit faster, and you can't put your own new choices either in there. As I said, it's not so serious, but showing a little bit may be the way. Because when discussing with the people in different universities, of course, everybody are not supporting alliances. It's same in all kind of merges and new things. People are against new things, basically. I have been involved in university merges in Finland. I was leading the international relations in universities of Joensuu and Kuopio, and they merged together some 10 years ago to University of Eastern Finland. And it was really, really hard process. Most people were against it. And it resulted lots and lots of fears and difficulties. Even though we did the merge, and lately maybe most of people are happy about it. Me, about the merge. Do you mean that I should say something about the merging of 2 universities, how I felt it? I would say that I wasn't supporting it so much, because the distance of the universities were quite long. But now it sounds a bit ridiculous to say that, because distance of our universities in this alliance are, of course, much more, thousands of kilometers, but also the idea is a bit different. But that merge was because of national policy, and these alliances are because of European Union policy. So both are more or less political decisions or boosted politically. Okay, has everybody finished the? Let the results, if it's working from here. No. Then, yeah, they are trying to. Then, where are the results? I can't do it from here, but
the link is not working for the results.
It's not. No. Okay.
I can't find another one. Maybe it's this one. Just give me a second.
Yes, and if we can't show it from there,
just give me a second.
Riina has the results now. Yeah.
Sorry, it's just the
it's
the questions.
Mutta Riina, you have the results there. I can just then read the results to you. Sorry for that, we didn't test beforehand with this system here. Okay. First was asked, according to your opinion, should your university, together with other Alliance universities, form a European university legal entity in the near future? And if we are not thinking about the money we are getting for project. So there was 60% of us replied definitely yes. And 37% probably yes, and the rest don't know. Then, according to your opinion, should your university alliance merge totally in all activities? 21% thought so. Oh, now they are here. Nice. That's easy. Okay. Okay, we are here. Do I? This one. Oh, great. No, I can show. Close it.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. Okay. You just make this.
This one.
Yeah.
Okay, we checked this. Yeah, we went through this already. Then the next one. I can't do here anything. Can you scroll up? Yeah, good. Number 2. Should your university alliance, meaning now I think mostly Invest, merge totally in all activities, 21%, merge partly by forming joint research centers and other research activities, 30%, merge partly, mainly providing like commercial services, which some alliances are providing, 24%, and continue collaboration with alliance members at is 1. Yes, and then, okay, according to your opinion, what is the main obstacle in your university's point of view in forming European university with a legal entity? And governance structure seems to be the most important obstacle. Second, don't go back down. Yeah, differences in national policies, which is obvious. Also, no, nevertheless, it is now. Can you still scroll down a little bit? Back here, okay. But then there are things like staff commitment, which I think that we should take seriously as well. And then there are like student commitment, not very important or seen as very important because I guess they are then more committed. But language barriers and fear of our university staff what's going to happen to their positions and things like that. Okay, and now the fourth one. According to your opinion, how important it is for the European Union that universities form pan-European alliances? So this was for us to think, is it really important for the European Union? 39% thinks very important, 45% important, then don't know or not important at all. So things are not so easy and clear yet. Okay, now we can continue the presentation. So, I think that it was a really nice exercise. Thank you a lot. So now it's good to see what is our joint strategy, actually. What we are targeting in our Invest. Invest Competitive University for a Sustainable Society is an alliance committed to developing European higher education to address the sustainability challenges of our time. We are aiming at creating a truly unique European inter-university campus where students, academics, researchers and staff will move and collaborate as freely as with their institutions of origin. We have committed to design undergraduate and graduate programs, co-creation of mutual services, development of staff capabilities, digitalization of crucial processes with the aim of developing the European virtual campus. So many things leading to more deep collaboration. And here you can see a picture of research development and innovation strategy, how it is moving towards the joint vision. And as you see, this is only the research strategy, but the path is pretty much the same. From more mobility to joint research centers, and then also later on to global cooperation. Why then European universities need a European legal statute? And this is European Commission's text. A legal statute for European universities is important to mutualize their strengths together, make common strategic decisions, act together with a legal personality, and facilitate pooling together resources, activities, and data. Such statute would facilitate deeper, long-term and flexible transnational cooperation, allowing sharing of capacities, exchange staff, and the implementation of education programs with the aim to award at the level of the Alliance a European degree. And also, when thinking about international cooperation with the rest of the world, it would be much easier to operate as one legal statute to make agreements, possibly sell services and do research cooperation than what it is without. Then we are moving to national policy. What obstacles we have? And here are some of them, which are most obvious. National funding structure of the universities. In many countries, it depends, for example, one way or another on number of produced graduates, bachelor's, master's, and PhDs. National policy for different disciplines, number of graduates, and so on. In many countries, the national policy somehow decides what disciplines are taught and in which university. With research, everything is much easier. It also might set number of targeted graduates. And if we put all the universities together, it starts to be quite complicated. National or regional strategy might set priorities for research and development, and that depends on funding. National regulations for structure of degree courses. For example, in our Invest Alliance, we have science universities, but also universities of applied sciences. And both the targets of the education, but also the structure might be different. For example, in Finland, the master's degree in universities of applied sciences, after bachelor, it requires 2-year working experience, and only then you can take the master's level. And that is quite challenging now. Then, of course, when thinking about staff, if we are trying to have joint staff in some point, differences in national policies in taxation, pensions, social security, insurance questions. Different career paths at universities. In some universities, for example, you might have vice rectors of different things like international issues. In some other places, they might be directors. So how to tackle that? Because it's very important for people who are holding those positions, and so on. Current legal body of each university has been set up in accordance with the national law, and there might be differences, and so on. Then what other obstacles we might face? And those we saw already, some in which also you recognized in the questionnaire. Lack of staff commitment. Staff's fear for change, and that is very important, and it's also very obvious. Usually when we are merging some activities, there are too many people in the end and somebody has to leave. And at least that's a big fear. Lack of student commitment, extra efforts without compensation, and this is important, and I think most of us has faced it already. So if we put more new tasks for our teachers, for example, or other stuff, because of this merging issue, they might not be so interested about it, because if it's not compensated, if they just have to do it with earlier jobs. Language barriers for teachers and students. Facilities and if lots of teachers would start to come and students to our university, where should we put them? Where they can live? Who is paying that? Fear for universities changing status and autonomy. If we are merging, who is going to be the leading one? Is nobody listening our voice anymore? For example, I'm coming from the University of Applied Sciences, and soon everybody else are science universities. Slow procedures to change old university structures. Even the decision making can be quite slow. how to include the alliance in the decision making. And also one problem is that now alliance is only one separate project. How seriously everybody are taking it? Is it already now more than project? And what happens if project funding is ending? Increasing bureaucracy, that's of course something that we should try to avoid as well as we can. And also fear about what happens to academic freedom. Then what we can do already easily together if we want to, and very much depends on what we want to do. There aren't so many things that are illegal, and law is not against hardly anything. So in research we can already do, and we are doing also already some things. We can do research, joint research. We can start joint research centers. We can have joint projects and funding applications, customized commercial research, joint innovations and entrepreneur incubators if we wish to, shared infrastructures, resources. We can share living labs and so on. In education, we can provide double or multiple degree programs. We can have shared pool of study modules and courses, which are recognized automatically if we so decide in our universities. We can share teaching stuff. We can jointly offer commercial courses, as some alliances are already doing. We can provide continuous education, micro-credentials, and professional training courses. Almost anything, but we can't yet, we haven't solved how to provide one and only European degree of our programs. And then we can, for example, start a distance campus outside European Union, for example, somewhere in Global South with staff from each Alliance university, and do other outreach activities, which I think would be very important to start to think. Not necessarily, of course, first thing a distance campus. We can start incubators such as design factory type in cooperation with industry, and living labs open to be used by all Alliance members. So there are extremely many things which we can do. Then before we can have lunch, some recommendations as well. Taking an action-based approach motivates and includes both students and staff. As soon as there are some actions they can do and they can participate, it's much more motivating than just talking. And motivating all things which we can do to motivate people are important. What do we need? We will need well-functioning structure to solve the upcoming issues and challenges when we face those. As I started in the beginning, that we can't solve everything beforehand. We just have to start acting. Management structure to guarantee equality of member universities, also in the future. Then we need more risk-taking ability and resilience management skills, more enthusiasm and ambitious targets. We need to start more real actions in a big way. Staff and student mobility, research centers together, annual happenings, student affairs, science festivals, and so on, showcasing the potential benefits. Provide positive experiences and visions. more inclusive involvement of whole staff, students and other stakeholders, so that Invest is not only for small amount of administrators, and provide proper resources and support for our staff to participate and be happy about it. Then one more point in closing remarks. All our Alliance member universities are expected to benefit the collaboration, as it should help us to better address our own institutional challenges and strategic goals, as well as fulfilling together the European strategic targets and mission as universities. Alliance should be strongly visible in our university strategies, our individual university strategies, as a visible tool for transformation. And that is something that we are still lacking, even in the most new strategies of our individual universities. And that is a problem not only in our alliance, but generally in Europe, in all alliances and alliance member universities. And the last picture, Invest European University, reaching high. So we have started already nicely. We have joint courses and strategies and all. And in the end, sun is rising nicely. So I wish that we have nice way together to develop Invest Alliance. So thank you for your attention, and I guess no comments because everybody are hungry. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. It's time for lunch. Let's take a rest, enjoy the, the famous Invest lunch.
University of Thessaly is shaping the future of European higher education. Invest. Innovations of Regional Sustainability, European University Alliance, is an alliance of 5 European universities working together towards a common vision. To create a modern European university, fulfilling the needs and requirements of the new generation of Europeans willing to lead in the introduction of sustainable life in regions across Europe. Focusing around 3 focal points: water, energy, food, and environment nexus, quality of life, and entrepreneurship. By using a virtual campus to facilitate collaboration between the partner universities. By developing joint degree programs supported by the novel Educate EU AI-driven platform for personalized student learning pathways. Setting up living labs, and facilitating quadruple helix collaboration with stakeholders from partner universities regions. Enhancing our staff's development and providing physical, virtual and blended mobility opportunities for students, staff and researchers. We invest in the innovation of our education system and research methods. We invest in enhancing the sustainability and inclusiveness of our partner regions. We invest in you. University of Thessaly. Leading the way. University of Thessaly is shaping the future of European higher education. Invest. Innovations of Regional Sustainability, European University Alliance, is an alliance of 5 European universities working together towards a common vision. To create a modern European university, fulfilling the needs and requirements of the new generation of Europeans willing to lead in the introduction of sustainable life in regions across Europe. Focusing around 3 focal points: water, energy, food, and environment nexus, quality of life, and entrepreneurship. By using a virtual campus to facilitate collaboration between the partner universities. By developing joint degree programs supported by the novel Educate EU AI-driven platform for personalized student learning pathways. Setting up living labs, and facilitating quadruple helix collaboration with stakeholders from partner universities regions. Enhancing our staff's development and providing physical, virtual and blended mobility opportunities for students, staff and researchers. We invest in the innovation of our education system and research methods. We invest in enhancing the sustainability and inclusiveness of our partner regions. We invest in you. University of Thessaly, leading the way. University of Thessaly is shaping the future of European higher education. Invest. Innovations of Regional Sustainability. European University Alliance is an alliance of 5 European universities working together towards a common vision. To create a modern European university, fulfilling the needs and requirements of the new generation of Europeans willing to lead in the introduction of sustainable life in regions across Europe. Focusing around 3 focal points: water, energy, food, and environment nexus, quality of life, and entrepreneurship. By using a virtual campus to facilitate collaboration between the partner universities. By developing joint degree programs supported by the novel Educate EU AI-driven platform for personalized student learning pathways. Setting up living labs, and facilitating quadruple helix collaboration with stakeholders from partner universities regions. Enhancing our staff's development and providing physical, virtual and blended mobility opportunities for students, staff and researchers. We invest in the innovation of our education system and research methods. We invest in enhancing the sustainability and inclusiveness of our partner regions. We invest in you. University of Thessaly, leading the way. University of Thessaly is shaping the future of European higher education. Invest. Innovations of Regional Sustainability, European University Alliance, is an alliance of 5 European universities working together towards a common vision. To create a modern European university, fulfilling the needs and requirements of the new generation of Europeans willing to lead in the introduction of sustainable life in regions across Europe. Focusing around 3 focal points: water, energy, food, and environment nexus, quality of life, and entrepreneurship. By using a virtual campus to facilitate collaboration between the partner universities. By developing joint degree programs supported by the novel Educate EU AI-driven platform for personalized student learning pathways. Setting up living labs, and facilitating quadruple helix collaboration with stakeholders from partner universities regions. Enhancing our staff's development and providing physical, virtual and blended mobility opportunities for students, staff and researchers. We invest in the innovation of our education system and research methods. We invest in enhancing the sustainability and inclusiveness of our partner regions. We invest in you. University of Thessaly, leading the way. University of Thessaly is shaping the future of European higher education. Invest. Innovations of Regional Sustainability, European University Alliance, is an alliance of 5 European universities working together towards a common vision. To create a modern European university, fulfilling the needs and requirements of the new generation of Europeans willing to lead in the introduction of sustainable life in regions across Europe. Focusing around 3 focal points: water, energy, food, and environment nexus, quality of life, and entrepreneurship. By using a virtual campus to facilitate collaboration between the partner universities. By developing joint degree programs supported by the novel Educate EU AI-driven platform for personalized student learning pathways. Setting up living labs, and facilitating quadruple helix collaboration with stakeholders from partner universities regions. Enhancing our staff's development and providing physical, virtual and blended mobility opportunities for students, staff and researchers. We invest in the innovation of our education system and research methods. We invest in enhancing the sustainability and inclusiveness of our partner regions. We invest in you. University of Thessaly, leading the way. University of Thessaly is shaping the future of European higher education. Invest. Innovations of Regional Sustainability. European University Alliance is an alliance of 5 European universities working together towards a common vision to create a modern European university, fulfilling the needs and requirements of the new generation of Europeans willing to lead in the introduction of sustainable life in regions across Europe. Focusing around 3 focal points: water, energy, food, and environment nexus, quality of life, and entrepreneurship. By using a virtual campus to facilitate collaboration between the partner universities. By developing joint degree programs supported by the novel Educate EU AI-driven platform for personalized student learning pathways. Setting up living labs, and facilitating quadruple helix collaboration with stakeholders from partner universities regions. Enhancing our staff's development and providing physical, virtual and blended mobility opportunities for students, staff and researchers. We invest in the innovation of our education system and research methods. We invest in enhancing the sustainability and inclusiveness of our partner regions. We invest in you. University of Thessaly, leading the way.
Okay. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. We are going to continue with our last presentation of today's before the panel, which is going to be introduced by Omiros Iatrelis. We're proud to have him at our Digital Systems Department as an assistant professor. The title is Disruptive Innovation and Technological Influences on Higher Education. He has interesting and important things to tell us. So let's welcome Omiros.
Hello everyone, thank you. I'm Omiros Iatrelis. I'm an assistant professor of University of Thessaly and also a researcher, a member of the Invest Alliance. And my presentation is entitled Disruptive Innovation and Technological Influences on Higher Education. And I'll present you the software we created in the context of Invest, software that can help Invest build a stronger presence in the European higher education sector. UTH was a task leader in these three projects, EducateEU, which has reached Technology Readiness Level 7, Rescue with TRL 4, and Virtual Campus with TRL 7 again. So let's start with EducateEU, which is related to academic advising. Academic advising is fundamental for the retention strategy of every university, but especially for Invest, which is not a typical university since it includes many higher educational institutions from different countries and offers multiple programs in diverse settings. So it is very important to help our students or potential students to select a suitable learning pathway. And in order to provide sustained, consistent, and personalized academic guidance, we built EducateEU, which was a project's deliverable. To attain our goals, we formulated two research questions. Number one, what leverage can existing theories bring to computer-aided academic advising systems? And two, how can we create an ICT-based solution for supporting the academic advising processes of Invest University? So let's start with the first question. Well, in literature, there's a growing number of academic studies that propose career and academic advising approaches. These approaches can offer a template that can guide us in constructing a computer-aided academic advising system. To some extent, EducateEU is reminiscent of these three theories, Frank Parsons, Carl Rogers, and John Holland's theory. These are arguably three of the most influential, the most popular theories in this domain. So let's see how we can create a computer-aided academic advising system by using existing theories and using disruptive technologies. The first theory that influenced our work is Frank Parsons' theory, and the theory's key perspective is that the practitioner is the specialist who steers the intervention according to these three factors. Number one, a clear understanding of the clients, in our case the students, their aptitudes, abilities, interests, limitations. Number two, a knowledge of the requirements, conditions, advantages, disadvantages, opportunities in different lines of work. And three, true reasoning on the relations of these two factors. Well, although Parsons' book, which was published posthumously in 1909, was a revelation at the time, reading it now will at least raise some eyebrows, and especially pages 66, with the header "Industries Open to Women," will make you realize how far we've come. But we need to understand that back in 1909, everything was measurable and measured to improve efficiency in the midst of a world which was still heavily class-based. Within this, the career counselor was perceived as the expert, but this perspective was typical for the time where class structures were still rigidly enforced and where professionals were admired and deferred to. So, because we live in a very different society to the one Parsons' theory was conceived in, so the weaknesses of this theory today are visible. However, in spite the urgent calls to rethink career counseling and guidance, matching is still very much used in practice. However, I would propose in a far less deterministic way, and if all is well, as a starting point for further work, for further exploration with our student. Because of this, EducateEU adopts a modern version of Parsons matching. As you will see later, this version can offer something back to our system that more contemporary approaches struggle to offer in the same way. The second theory that influenced our work is client-centered theory, a totally different approach by Carl Rogers and Patterson. And the theory's key perspective is that the practitioner is a facilitator rather than a specialist and has a position equal to that of a student rather than someone who steers the intervention according to a specific therapeutic theory or framework. This is an excerpt of a Rogerian interview linked to career guidance. A bit contrived, there are photographers around, but it gives you an example of how this could work in practice from the man himself. Now, there are many excellent online videos with Carl Rogers as the interviewer. The quality isn't great since they were recorded decades ago, which is obvious once you watch them. But if you do want to watch these, it pays to pay particular attention on the techniques that Carl Rogers uses. How he starts the interview without an agenda, what kind of questions he asks and when, how he reflects back, as well as how he uses constructive silence to help the discussion. Now, these techniques of Carl Rogers rely on 4 facilitated conditions or attitudes that, according to this theory, need to be satisfied on the part of the practitioner. Number 1, empathic understanding. Of course, it's impossible to empathize fully, but it needs to be the intention of the academic advisor to come as close as possible. Acceptance and unconditional positive regard. Unconditional means just that. The academic advisor has to approach the student with warmth and respect without attaching any conditions to these. For the third item, Patterson feels it's important to call it therapeutic genuineness. And the fourth item suggests that academic advisors have to stick to the specifics the students are telling them and not to derive abstractions or generalizations from these, nor judge the students or stereotype them. I think now, after this brief analysis, I think it's obvious that this theory requires specific skills, awareness, and attitudes on the part of the practitioner. Of course, we cannot create a tool that emulate fully all these principles, but what we can do and what we did in EducateEU is we created a knowledge base that models the knowledge and experience of the domain experts, in our case academic advisors, in an attempt to facilitate students' self-exploration process. So, as I said, it's impossible to emulate fully the skills, awareness, and attitudes that Carl Rogers showed during his academic advising sessions, although it would be a very interesting PhD topic. And the third item, the third theory that influenced our work is John Holland's theory, which is a personality-based theory. John Holland, the American psychologist, claims that everyone, at least in the Western society, has one of these 6 personality types as his or her dominant type. He also categorized work environments in 6 categories with similar characteristics. And according to this theory, a match between work environments and personality is likely to promote success, increase productivity, motivation, and happiness in general. So, we've built a REASIC component. REASIC is the abbreviation for this theory. And as you can see in this example, the dominant type, personality type is social, and here are some matching work environments for this specific personality type. But the truth is that this theory has its own limitations. According to ChatGPT, this theory is not a panacea for our challenges. 1, 2, 3, 4 limitations identified by ChatGPT. And because of this, EducateEU, our system, takes students' personality as an input, but does not rely solely on it to produce the recommendations, because EducateEU engine is equipped with an AI and fuzzy logic component that tries to emulate holistically the role of the academic advisor by leveraging multi-criteria analysis and matching. So the idea behind our approach is that multi-criteria analysis of matching of recommendations to learners and comprehensive analysis that is displayed as a final output to the student, this will increase the likelihood that the provided advice by EducateEU will be followed by the student. And I think now we are ready to answer our research question. This is research question 1, this is research question 2, and this is a recent publication where we can find more details about the key modeling artifacts and about the technical architecture of the implemented prototype. And this is a screenshot of the implemented prototype. As you can see, the end user can select a generic career test or a more targeted recommendation for a specific learning pathway offered by Invest or by other universities. So initially, once an option is selected, then a set of questions are asked to the end user in order to start building his or her profile. It's important to add here that our software incorporates a special algorithm that acts as a lie detector in order to ensure honesty and consistency in students' responses. Now, these statements such as play a musical instrument, develop new patents, etc., these are derived from John Holland's theory, as described earlier. But the students' answers are used as one of the multiple inputs that are fed into the AI component and its knowledge base. Because the real strength in these applications, such as EducateEU or ChatGPT, in addition to their algorithm, is their knowledge base. Actually, our knowledge base aggregates and consolidates and analyzes 33 academic disciplines, more than 1,000 occupations, 16 career clusters, and their corresponding information such as skills, knowledge, education, and interests. All these derived from valid sources such as ESCO, ILO, and ONET. Now, the links with these databases are very important because these links can transform our system into a totally dynamic and self-evolving knowledge base, which is important because one of the problems with these knowledge bases is that with the passage of time, data becomes obsolete. And this is the screenshot of the final report of our system. As you can see, it presents suitable results categorized in 4 career clusters. So a user can click on a specific career cluster, can select a career cluster and view the corresponding results, or he can click on a specific result to request a targeted recommendation. This is an example of a more targeted recommendation, and as you can see, a detailed and comprehensive analysis is displayed to the end user. If we zoom in, we can read that the end user interest and motivation, this is for telecommunication pathway offered by university, identified by our system is very high. His or her personality is aligned with this learning pathway, but our system identifies skills shortages in mathematics, and the report recommends the end user to utilize online resources such as Khan Academy, Coursera, or EDX. And the report is summarized in this bar chart. One question here, how is this report generated? Actually, I've already answered this question, but let's recap. In any execution cycle, students' personality based on John Holland's theory, together with academic advisors' knowledge and experience influenced by Carl Rogers and Patterson theory, and multi-criteria analysis and matching influenced by Frank Parsons theory, based on analyzing ESCO, ONET, and ILO, together with students' interest level detected by our system and program prerequisites that may exist. All these are interoperating in a seamless and dynamic manner by utilizing technologies such as AI and fuzzy logic in order to produce the final recommendation as the final output to the student. So with this slide, I finished my first part of my presentation. We can proceed to the second part, which is another different project. This project is called Rescue, is related to disaster risk management. And this is an example of an unplanned progress beyond the state of the art, progress that was not envisaged in our proposal. So this project, the Rescue, has been developed with a living lab approach in the context of Invest. We adopted the quadruple helix model, and together with various stakeholders, we designed and implemented the Rescue framework. It is a framework because it consists of an IT system, and an approach which enables the recommendation and orchestration of post-disaster response plans for different disaster types. In the Rescue Living Lab, we recognize that semantic inconsistencies and the lack of data interoperability among the various stakeholders that are engaged during a post-disaster response plan, well, these are problems that hamper the implementation of efficient disaster risk management solution. So in this regard, AI and semantic web technologies, actually their combination, arises as a promising solution for data harmonization and linkage, and for achieving data interoperability among the various stakeholders and their services. I forgot to tell you that the idea about this topic arose during the earthquake, during the 6.4 magnitude earthquake that occurred here in Larissa 2 years ago, which coincided with the second phase of the pandemic. So we had two major disasters to deal with at the same time, with totally different post-disaster response plans. So initially, we conducted a systematic literature review on ICT and disaster risk management, and what we found is that only a small percentage, only the 6% of the total approaches are focusing on the post-disaster phase. The vast majority of the approaches were proposing early warning systems. So, but of course, the post-disaster phase is also important, especially if you have experienced a big earthquake or the second phase of the pandemic, where we can agree that the post-disaster phase was a bit problematic in some cases. So our research revealed, and our experience confirmed, that the post-disaster phase has many open issues and research challenges. So our contribution concerning the state of the art in this domain could be presented in this threefold structure. Number one, dynamic composition of post-disaster response plans. Well, in our system that we've implemented, there is a predefined plan, but the predefined plan is utilized only as a basis, as a skeleton of the response scheme, because the innovation behind the rescue approach is the fact that the response plan is being composed dynamically, as the platform selects and combines processes stored in a repository. We've built a novel ontological model using a multi-layer approach. This model is able to nurture collaboration among different sectors, bringing together stakeholders from diverse domains such as seismology, meteorology, first responders, or healthcare. And the third item is the establishment of post-disaster meta-models, which provides the blueprints of our system. In this simplified figure, you can see that our meta-model consists of a semantic infrastructure, the ontology, of a set of parent processes dictated by an AI component, and a set of child sub-processes controlled in workflows. So we've built a prototype application, and this is a screenshot. You can see that the end user can click on the execute button in order to trigger our system to recommend the next step of the response plan. So once the button is clicked, then the next step of the response plan is recommended. Of course, the end user can override the recommendation, but if the recommendation is accepted, then the corresponding recovery processes of the response plan are instantiated. So now, with the system's help, the end user can monitor, orchestrate the corresponding recovery processes in one unified environment for all the stakeholders that are engaged in the response plan. We have the parent process, we have child sub-processes according to the meta model. As I said, this is a prototype application since we are still in the pilot phase, but under the rescue pilot, the areas of our living lab as micro versions of larger territories can be seen as appropriate sites for validating and spreading new concepts, new technologies, new learning opportunities for students, serving as showcases at macro level. Thus, scalability and replicability are strongly embedded in the rescue project. So this project has been developed with a living lab approach. Together with the students, we'll try to finalize the rescue software, improve the prototype. Bachelor, master, and PhD students are already engaged. And once the software is finalized, we intend to perform additional real-life stress tests, and these tests will provide valuable feedback concerning the system's performance, usability, and usefulness. It's also important to add here that we received very positive feedback from the academic community when presented this solution in scientific conferences, which was very encouraging, and thus we are very optimistic about the future of this project. And with this slide, I've finished the second part of presentation, and we can proceed to the virtual campus, which is the third part and last part of presentation. To be honest, EducateEU Rescue projects like EducateEU or Rescue can provide a competitive advantage to Invest, but Invest cannot operate without Virtual Campus. What is Virtual Campus? It's a secure, scalable, modern application that acts as an umbrella, a central gateway above all universities of our alliance. It aims at digitalizing the administrative and educational processes for all partner universities in a harmonized way. Actually, Virtual Campus is not just an application, it's a suite that consists of several built-in modules, such as platform management, workspace, calendar, notifications, task scheduler, email and messaging services, study registrations, gradings, online repository, OpenID services, and support tickets mechanism. Let's see some of these modules. This is the workspace where users can create workspaces to share documents, files, and images with upload functionalities. And users can put their comments, share documents, and collaborate. Students can create requests for study programs and also can stay updated by monitoring the review progress. It includes also a calendar where we can add events with date times. It's compatible with the Google or Outlook calendar. It looks familiar, the interface. Also, it includes a messaging, integrated messaging system. We can send, I can see my slide, but you cannot probably. Okay, can we fix this? That's not Virtual Campus. Yeah, take your time. Yes, some Greek news. Okay, here we are. Well, I was saying that it includes a task scheduler. We can assign tasks with due dates to a group of users and also monitor completion progress. We can create and edit quick personal notes and store them in a Virtual Campus database. And it's a secure application. It's compatible with the latest security protocols. It supports the two-factor authentication protocol. And conclusively, we can say that Virtual Campus, the software that we've implemented, is an inter-university digital ecosystem. It consists of a front-end application with public available content to all users, a back-end application with administrative functionalities, and the identity provider for providing authentication services. And all these are supported by a relational management database system, the Virtual Campus database. And with this slide, I finished my presentation. It was quick. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any question, I, along with my colleagues, with other members of the Invest, will be happy to answer any questions about my presentation or Invest project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Omiros. Actually, when we developed the proposal, these were very ambitious items because these were deliverables and we delivered them ahead of time already, okay? So we are proud of that, the whole alliance. We have the working prototypes and we are to expand these further. Okay, so we have one last activity one last proceeding of the event, the panel. So please, we need Dragoslav online. Oh, he's online. Perfect. Okay. We have three panelists here and Dragoslav online. Excuse me. And the facilitator, oh, here. Look at this. Oh, look at this. Okay, the format is as follows. There is going to be some questions, 5 in total, that the facilitator will ask the debaters, and there is going to be a discussion on them. Everybody will offer his, her expertise and opinion on each question. And at the very end, there is going to be a conclusion by our distinct panels. We would like to thank them very much for participating. Yeah, there will be.
I can explain.
Okay. The
plan is as follows.
The facilitator is Professor Eftichia Nathanael from the Civil Engineering Department of the University of Thessaly. Hello.
Okay, hello from my side. I can't see with my glasses on, I'm sorry. So welcome to this last part of today's workshop. The title of this panel is The Role of European Universities in Advancing Global Innovation and Sustainability. And we have the speakers, which is very important, participating. So I think this is the floor to have some opinions exchange and probably some questions and discussions from the audience, if time allows, that is. So we have a set of 5 questions, 4, 5? 5? Okay, and all the panelists will respond to the questions. I think about 2 minutes per question per person would be okay. And to make it a little bit more interesting, I would like the panelists to answer in a random sequence every question, so that we don't have a round going around the table the same way. Then if time allows, we will have some concluding remarks and some discussion from you, from the audience. So you already know the people here. It's Professor Pericles Mitkas, President of the Hellenic Authority of Higher Education. It's Yanni van der Luit, former Senior Consultant International Projects. We have Professor Ioanna Laliotou, former Vice Rector of Research and Lifelong Learning from our university, University of Thessaly. And we have Dr. Dragoslav Lancharit, Vice Rector for Science and Research from the Slovak University of Agriculture. Okay, and we will... European universities are meant to not recognize borders in education, as they rely on multinational collaborations. An ensemble of educational requirements must be met for a global acknowledgement of the delivered programs and degrees. With about 45 national and 2 European accreditation bodies and some international bodies, a commonly implemented and accepted accreditation system seems to be a great challenge. So the question is, are the current accreditation mechanisms set forth by the European Commission sufficient to overcome the national accreditation differences? And what should be further proposed and implemented so that to converge to a pan-European accreditation system? If you want me, I can repeat the question. Otherwise, we can proceed. I would ask Professor Mitkas to start with the first reply.
I would think so. You would start with me. Thank you. Well, in my opinion, Europe already has in place the organizations for quality assurance that have enough depth and experience in the subject. Europe has mechanisms that can be tailored to European universities. We have procedures for evaluating or accrediting joint programs, and we have done that, or dual degrees, and we have done that. A number of Erasmus Mundus master's programs and undergraduate programs exist. So it is a matter of fine-tuning existing mechanisms and perhaps the standards and guidelines of 2025 that are upcoming. I remind you, this is the every 10-year review cycle that ENCA goes through, and it's already under discussion. In my mind, the only prerequisite should be that the university that participates in an alliance, in a European alliance, must have their own internal quality mechanism aligned with the European standards and guidelines. So the university itself must be accredited according to the European standards and guidelines. Most of the universities in Europe are anyway. And that means that's a guarantee that the procedures followed by the university have been accredited at least once, have been evaluated at least once, and they have been found adequate. So, short answer, yes, we are ready. Yes, we can.
That's good to know. Professor Lagliotto, please.
Yes, I don't have much to add, and since Professor Mitkas, dear Pericles, says we're okay to go, I have to believe that we're okay to go. However, coming out of our discussions throughout this project, more or less a question or a problem that comes out of our practice, let's say. It is not clear, I think, to most of us, what is the added value to programs that choose to participate in the processes of the alliance. So when the accreditation time of an academic unit, for example, a department, comes up and this department participates in the European University Alliance, they create courses, they create labs, so on and so forth. It's not clear yet how can this play a role in the overall accreditation of the department, of the university. And on the other hand, as we move more and more towards the creation of, I wouldn't say an independent academic unit, the alliance as an independent academic unit, but something like that. There is a process evolving. I think it's not clear how
Remember that
the alliance itself will be accredited.
We do not accredit academic units. We accredit programs of study.
Programs of study. Yes.
So
yes.
I'm talking about accreditation of the programs of study that will be offered by the European Alliance.
Per se. But those are often part of the departmental programs of study that we have, or not, but sometimes they are. So there is an emerging issue there. Our conventional, let's say, programs of study, and the plus European Alliance one. So it's not a statement. It's more like a questioning. Yeah.
So yeah, I think this is a good, let's say, proposal to be considered by accreditation processes and bodies. Dr. Lanterich, I don't know where I can be seen from you.
Yes, you can. You are heard as well. Hopefully the echo will not be that bad as before. So, greetings. Thank you for the question. Very interesting question. Especially in the Slovakia for the last, let's say, 18 months, there is a huge change of accreditation process ongoing since the Ministry of Education actually changed the paradigm according to which the Slovak universities were accredited in the past. And nowadays, the process is more akin to the European standards. So yes, I think even the countries that are not members of the European institutes dealing with accreditation are now more prepared, more ready to embrace some European standards. So the next part of the question deals that what should be done, or some proposals which should be implemented in order to converge to pan-European accreditation system. I have maybe two remarks according to this question. I think very important is actually data collection and transparency. I think that improving data collection in accreditation processes can support this convergence or convergence efforts. And the more we know about each other, about our universities, actually the things that can be known. Yes, surely no GDPR violations or such things are important. And then there is a possibility. I talk about this already about these expectations that we can then better learn from each other. And another remark is that not all the states, or I can once again reach for the example of Slovakia, are, even if they should readily recognizing the awards or accreditation decisions. And yeah, this should be changed because I have several colleagues, for example, who are from abroad, and even if they come from different states and their family members have some really quality education, and they graduated at the university in their country, they have problems in Slovakia to find job to be recognized. This goes for example dentists and similar. So yes, there is still much to do, but as I said, I think that we are getting more ready to fall under the one system, and the standards harmonization, I think it's a good thing, and we are getting there slowly.
Okay, thank you very much. We will proceed to Mrs. van der Luit.
I agree with the previous speakers that the system is already pretty good in order. But before the system can start, then there are some specific questions that need to be answered, which is the need for a certain program, and also and what's before the accreditation starts, then and also new programs are being developed. Then there's the question of if it fits the portfolio of the university that will join in the joint degree and will deliver the joint degree. And the other question is about the financing of the joint degree. How is that organized? So it's not accreditation as such, because that's very well documented and the procedures are very, and that's already in place with the European standards and guidelines. But the problem is more like a political problem. Do we want to do this? Does it fit? Is it a competition to the other programs in our university? And that's a complex question that also need to be solved before you can start with accreditation. And I think this is also one of the problems with working together and developing new programs, that how does it fit the whole puzzle of the whole or every academic program already in the university? because what is the need of professional practice? What is the need of the countries where the program will be offered? So I think an independent of the programs of universities by a European Ministry of Education would be a good solution, because then the joint programs have their own financing. They can also have their own structure for honoring the career perspectives of the people involved, etc. Then you make the European universities as an organization that offer joint degrees, and not making it like a competitor for the universities. But that also have to do with my vision on how invest or could continue as a European university, and how the collaboration could, how can it look like, what could work or what couldn't work. But we will come back to that later. But I think this is an aspect that is more getting into the process of the accreditation than actually the guidelines and the standard, because they're solid.
Yeah, thank you. So you brought up the issue a little bit higher, the higher level, the visualization, the design and all that. Yeah, we will come back to this later, as you said. So accreditation is actually a tool to
Yes,
guarantee a correct implementation of a program, but the program has to be selected based on a more strategic concept.
Before you can start accreditation, then it sometimes already ends.
Okay, so European University Alliances is what we saw today, comprise a transformational mechanism of the national education system towards internalization of the European higher education, and finally the establishment of a European higher education area that European Commission supports. So European universities are designed to boost excellence through combining assets, expertise, and multidisciplinarity of their partner universities to address European issues and competitiveness. So how could this institutional transformation from the present status of the EU licenses to competitive, sustainable European universities be achieved while maintaining the individual universities' autonomy? I would like to address this question to you, Professor Lanterich, first.
Thank you very much. Once again, an interesting question. To my mind, very important in order to maintain the partners' universities' autonomy is actually to focus on specialization and differentiation, because for example, our consortium, even if in the first stage it was pretty small, one of the smallest, the universities have their similarities, but there were also many differences, and this was turned, I think, into strength of our consortium. And I think in order to maintain the partners' universities' autonomy, I think this is the way actually. Not to look for one of solution which would fit for all, but to be diverse. To offer different and diverse study programs, to focus on several areas in order to achieve or help to achieve sustainable goals. Other important thing, how this institutional transformation can be achieved is to find fitting governance structure. So the decisions which are being made have a vision, are before they are passed, they should be discussed properly in order to avoid some complications in the future. And Yeah, quality assurance and continuous improvement is also very important. Not to stagnate, to find models which at one hand would be fitting to the national standards of each individual partner university, but then again it should be enough to satisfy the expectations of European Commission, which are not low, because this initiative or this initiative is dedicated quite big amount of money, quite big budget, even if we all feel that it could be better, but still, they will expect us to deliver results. So these are my thoughts on this question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll go to the other rector here because we would really like to compare some proposed structures based on your experience and involvement in the governance of the universities.
Yes, thank you. This is actually a great question. It's with $1 million or 1 million euros, depending on your view question, I think. As I said in my presentation earlier, for me, the European University Alliances are still at the level of experimentation. So in this sense, the advantage is that as an experiment, we are open, and they should be open, to different perspectives and orientations and a wait and see aspect. I would begin from a reverse question. Who are our students? So if we try to imagine the future of the alliances, let's try to imagine the profile of the alliances students. They could be the students that are already registered in our independent universities, which is the reality today. B, they could be students who come to the university to study at the alliance. This could happen already on the graduate level, not so much on the undergraduate level, but maybe we should consider the possibility in the future of having on the undergraduate level programs and device in terms on the part of the governments devise a policy tool that would allow students to enroll directly in the programs, undergraduate and graduate, of the European University Alliance. Are we going to address students from third parties, third countries, that is countries outside the EU? I think this could be a viable perspective as well. So maybe a way in which we could start experimenting and envisioning the future of the European University Alliances would be to try to envision the type of students that we would like to attend our educational programs, let's say in 4 years from now.
Thank you. I also think that this is an issue that we will discuss in a further question, right? The involvement of third-party countries, students, and staff, of course. Professor Mitkas, would you like to catch up from here?
Yeah. The question should start where Jana said earlier, do we need these programs? Do we need a European university that will be will replace the 7 or 8 different universities that participate in an alliance today? I would think that, and perhaps because I'm old, I think that universities have still a role to play as they are. They have reinvented themselves many times over the past few decades, mainly because of the advances in technology. So having a virtual university, pretty much like, or starting from the virtual campus that was presented earlier, operating next to the university as it is right now is quite a viable solution. And what do I mean by virtual university? If we look at the university from the point of view of students, what do they want to do? They want to enroll in a program of their liking, of their design, perhaps. They want to have options. So we provide them with options. We provide them with the ability to choose classes, perhaps using augmented reality and other technological technical environments. And they participate, they enroll in a program of the alliance, of the larger university. If they don't want to do that, they stay with a program that is offered by the specific university that is in their country or in their region. So I would not spend at this point, as Ioanna suggested, so much effort in trying to transform the alliance into one university, rather than trying to create the environment that will give the students the option to enroll in a different world, in a different program of study, and experience something new, something innovative. Professor Lansaritz said that, in essence, there's no single solution to cover all the cases. Indeed, some young, small regional universities may feel that they will be better as parts of a large university formed by an alliance. And other large established universities may not want the commitment. So let's have options.
I think most of you agreed on that. I mean, all of you speaking so far agreed on that. And I would like to hear the last comments by Mrs. van der Luit.
I think I think there should be a separate legal entity for the university alliances. I think the university as they are, they have their rules, they have their regulations, they have the country's restrictions on salaries, on career advancement, etc. I think what we should do with the European alliances is to give them space, to give them the space to become, as you said, Europe as a developing power. I think the power is being, we are a little bit holding back by our roots in our own universities. We are being, because of all these constraints of administrative and financial and all kinds of other stuff, that I think what we should look at is what do we need to further Europe, what to the sustainability in Europe, to make it more resilient, to make it a partner in the world that is not consisting of people talking to each other and not being agreeing with each other, but let them be, let the students, let the staff, let the researchers, let their stakeholders, their partners, let them go and do their work without the constraints they have now. Just facilitate them by giving them a budget for research. Horizon 2020 and Invest for Excellence was a good example for that. Give them the money to do that and not to go wild, no, but to get the chance to experiment. Let the universities collectively make them an agenda, set them a challenge, make them work together with the regions, not formally, but really from the root up. Let the people who want to be agents of change, who have ideas, who have vision, let them work on it and be realistic about it. It's not a free ride. It's just to allow the people to do their thing and do it quicker and do it with more, and then let them go back to the communities and let them have the peer reviews, let them have the discussions. Yeah, but this can't work because of this or whatever. And let them also, yeah, and do it yourself, not with the people from China or whatever. Do it, use the potential and do it without the constraint. And I think you have like a legal entity in the Netherlands, it's called a foundation, and it's so set your own rules how you want to work together, what could work for this group, with all the policing and all the quality insurance things that are already in place in Europe. There are many, and just give them, grant them the opportunity. Be generous. Perhaps that's a good word for this. Just be generous and have trust them. Trust them. Tolerate. Trust them. And trust them that there is more that can be done if we don't have all these anchors and let things on our feet and do. Okay, this is my
Okay.
plea.
Thank you. So a dynamic structure with a degree of independency within the universities participating in this.
Above, like
Above.
a cloud, and it rains sometimes with things you don't like, but if you look really at it, it can also be sunbeams, it can be anything, but give space.
To expand.
Yes, find your common goals and work on those. Find the common subjects and work on those. You have focal point. And I think in the Invest, there was a lot of ideas that still can take some time to grow and to mature.
Okay, thank you.
Can I interject?
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, Yanni, however, things are changing even in Europe for universities, because several years ago, a couple of decades ago, I mean, Europe would give a lot of money to universities and didn't ask a lot of questions. Now they want us to be accountable. They want to know whether the money that they spend on higher education programs make sense, produce better results, improve quality of education. I don't know if you are aware, but there is a large European project called Eurograduate that tries to record what happened to recent graduates of European universities. So questionnaires have been distributed all around Europe to graduates of 1 year and 5 years down the road, because they want universities to report. Are they moving ahead? Are they moving forward? Are they accomplishing their goals? Are there any goals? So just let them be is not the motto of the day.
That's not what I say. What I say is let the people with the visions and the ideas, give them the space to work on it, and not be stuck in the constraints and in the policy and in the finance and in all, because we tend to let the accountants rule our lives, and then it's from accountability to due diligence and governance and whatever. And I agree with that. We are people with minds, and but we also have there are also the goals of the Green Deals, and what I'm talking about is to work within these goals as the United Nations sustainability goals, the Green Deal. Just let people work on those goals without the constraints of all the other things, but of course with accountability and also with the proper planning and also with goals, etc. Not just let's do them anything. That's not what I mean. What I mean is just cut off all the stuff that's from the countries themselves, because they fear that they will lose control, and that's the apron strings I would like to cut. Not all the other things that guarantee quality and solidity and etc. That's not what I mean. I mean, just get rid of all the political and other stuff.
Just as a disclaimer, I was a rector too. I'm not government, okay?
I don't think you are, and it's not personal. It's just, it's.
I guess that's why you're here. Okay, thank you. So Erasmus Plus International Credit Mobility supports mobility and staff and student exchange beyond the European borders. The aim is to contribute in increasing the quality of higher education, enable openness between educational programs within and outside Europe. So I will come to the issue brought up by Ioanna, who is going to answer first my question,
Okay, thanks.
which is, as the advancement of European universities is currently at full steam, should the alliances look in parallel for expansion to non-EU partners? What could the potential advantages and disadvantages be?
Yes or no, in my opinion. My first reaction to this question was not yet. I think the initiative was empowered by the vision of building up capacity and using up resources within Europe. I don't think that we have completed, let's say, the first cycle in this process. Of course, collaboration with institutions or colleagues from other countries, third-party countries, is always welcomed. But I would think that the alliances should remain for a few years still European. Now, that's a different issue, the student issue, because in my positioning before, I said that we could think, and the legal framework allows for that, to enroll international students as students in our alliances. I think it's the time for capacity building in Europe, and that should happen within.
And it's still experimental phase, what we're experiencing now. Thank you. Professor van der Luyt, could you please go next? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. Yes, I'm sorry. I agree with you, actually.
Sorry, I agree with you. I've done many projects with China, with other Asian countries and African countries. But I think it's now time. You can see that the world is changing, and I think we need to make Europe stronger. We are not taking very seriously at present, and I think we should work on our own future for a while. And of course, and inviting students from outside is interesting because they have really different framework, and it will also strengthen the feel of being a European more if there are people from outside. So I think that works as a positive. But I agree with you, it's not to go into other countries. Perhaps the future members of the European Union, like Ukraine, that could be an option, or other universities in the higher education space, because I saw that it was much bigger than Europe only. That could be an idea, but I would prefer to keep it to Europe and to make it work, especially to get the experimental side of this to work and to find, because then we can work quicker if we keep it simpler.
However, there are programs running currently between European and American, say, universities, supporting students in part of their education program. So maybe Professor Lanchovic would give us his opinion.
Yes, thank you. I was as well thinking about the possibility of finding partners outside of EU, and I don't think it is the proper time right now, since there was in many cases of many consortiums enlargement process. I need that we need to find stability to adapt. That in many alliances there are not one, not two, but in some cases even more new members, and this takes time. And since the part of the questions are the advantages and disadvantages, this is really hard, difficult to like pinpoint it because everything what could be perceived as some kind of opportunity may turn into disadvantage and vice versa. To name several examples, for example, alignment of academic standards and quality assurance practices. Right now, we are trying to find some kind of equilibrium between the national standards and the European standards. And this might get more complicated if new members outside of EU framework would be introduced. Another thing which at maybe first sight is trivial, but logistical and administrative complexities would be put into the mix, like maybe visa processes. Right now, as it is, we can travel in Schengen region without actually any problems. But this might change as well. And another thing is that on the other hand, the new partners would enhance diversity and cultural exchange. But on the other hand, maybe this will rise some kind of cultural and linguistic barriers as well. This might be an advantage and disadvantage in the same time. So yeah, to conclude, yes, in the future, I think this might be the way how to proceed. But as it is, I wholeheartedly agree that there are a couple of years needed to stabilize, to find solutions, and then when we will be in search or pursuit of new challenges, then we might expand out of the EU. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Mitkas.
I have to agree. There is with the previous panelists. There is a somewhat famous quote from an American movie: "Build it, and they will come." And I would say, build it strong and resilient, and they will come. And leave options for accepting students from all over the world, well qualified students, even from the beginning, and test the waters. But until you solve all the problems and you have it running seamlessly, again from the point of view of the student, because the universities operate for the students, not for their administrators, even though administrators make the decisions, make all the decisions. First build them, and then you'll see how you're going to expand them.
Thank you. So this is a quote, actually. Education and the future are inseparably intertwined. Education looks into the future, delivers knowledge, and builds skills to ameliorate our perception of what is important for the next generation. In this sense, education is our means towards sustainability. Can it be based on technical motivation and efficiency, or more a normative and democratic direction should be adopted? So I would like to ask you to share your dreams and visions that you have for the potential of European universities and how they can contribute to the transition needed to impact on a more sustainable future, initially for Europe and eventually for the planet. Would you like to go first? Question 4? Yeah, this is the question 4. No, this is question 5. No, you have last year's exam. Unless you... Okay. Because the 4 is completely... Yeah, this is about the future and the European University, so how they intertwine. Would you like to answer, or you would like me to ask?
No, because in number 5, it's what kinds of conditions are needed to prepare for a sustainable future of Europe.
Yeah, so these are not the current questions. So perhaps you didn't have this question, or you.
I have this question because what could be the probable risks and consequences that could possibly derail this initiative and make it collapse.
Yeah.
I have no idea what.
That would be the last one. Last the fifth question, you're more than welcome. Okay, so I would ask Professor Lanterit to answer. Yeah, you can go.
Okay.
You can go next.
Thank you. So about the future, I am a little bit confused as well because this should be the last question, but okay, no problem. The future. One important thing which I think needs to be mentioned is that apart from the most obvious advantages of this initiative, European University Initiative, there are some positive externalities because all of this what we are experiencing in order to create our European University, we are not isolated. We meet with other universities on the national level and with our partners abroad. And I think that mighty experience exchange is going on because even the universities which are not part of some alliance, they are curious. They feel that this is the future, that the European Commission really invests a lot into this effort, and they are expecting that some change will happen according to these models, which will be the result of the first and the second call as well. So this externality exists. And I think that this is a good thing to have because even in the countries that are not that heavily participating in the consortiums, for example, Slovakia, there are only three universities present in the consortium of any call. So the rest of the universities are applying or will apply in the future. And to conclude the future, okay, my dream or what I would really like to experience in a couple of years would be that every successful alliance would contribute in the field of providing sustainable solutions, for example, in the field of research, in the field of education, and that the interdisciplinary collaboration would improve, that the specific goals or aims of each university, as they are set usually in some kind of strategic plan, would intertwine with the overall strategy of every alliance. And in order to pursue them, this would be like two-way road. It would be the same road because I think in order to be successful and to be sustainable, there is no chance that in the future the individual partners will be doing some very different or taking some very different steps on the national level when compared to those which are being taken at the level of the alliance. And another things I think which will be achieved is that European Union or this initiative will contribute to become for the European Union to become a global leader in the sustainable development. There are positive things already achieved, but there is still broad space to get better because especially when compared to some Asian states, I think we need to catch up. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Laliotto, would you like to give us your...
I'm confused and I don't understand the question exactly.
What is
What
your
are the
vision
visions?
about...
Okay,
Yeah.
yes, I think I talked about that a lot today. For me, it's high quality, higher education for young people in Europe.
May I make a clarification?
Yes.
To my opinion, what this question focuses on mostly is how would this initiative affect the future of the sustainability of Europe? So I think it's more context-wise, not concept-wise.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in this sense, I will repeat things that we have already said today, just in order to stress more on them. I think we do need in Europe a space of experimentation. And the European University Alliances could provide such a space. I think we should envision and try a total reform of both content and form of higher education on the level of experimentation and see what works. And I was actually thinking now during our panel discussion that for me the goal would be to provide courses, for example, modules, degrees that do not resemble or duplicate courses and degrees and forms and curricula that we already have. So let's not create the same. Let's try to create something different and see how it works. Well, that's the basic idea behind experimentation. And maybe it fails too. We should have that in mind because experiments sometimes fail.
Maybe we talk about the contemporary
But I think the
university.
gain will be there even if some of the experiments fail.
Yeah. Of course, please.
Okay, so if we have this context, I would like to explain. I think I agree with you that we need new stuff, and I think we also need a new type of researcher and a new type of of uh, of of teacher. And what we did in Invest, and I was at the basis of it, is to create a more integrated approach, and not only a multidisciplinary, but also from a cultural perspective. So to get international teams to deliver the courses, but also to conduct the research and to have a real intensive relationship with our regions to see what are the at a workplace, what are the real problems that need to be solved. Like the model you have for rescue, that's a real solution. It saves lives. So go there and experiment. This was also in the former question. My plea is to give the room to experiment and to together with people from professional practice, from civic society, supported by the local authorities or whatever the authorities you need that need to be responsible for the sustainability in the way of that it's also useful in the future, to get also the input from civic society and for governmental organizations to come up with solutions. Don't talk here, but talk solutions. So I think what you could is give away as universities the part that is applied science and also applied research and applied education, and not in the sense of trainings, but in the sense of solving complex problems, because for this you need university people with a university background. So, and I think then you have, so you can work quicker. If there's a new problem, you can solve it quicker because you can get the people who are involved, and also to have a good communication system. And I think the European University, they build trust, they build companionship, and also they grant each other things. They say, I trust you will do a good job. Just go ahead and do it. And let the people in Bulgaria do it this time, or the people in Finland. And be honest about what's important for you. As explained by Lisa this morning, is people in Finland are they need to see if it's okay. So just honor them in their needs also. And this is also the European feeling that the countries are different, but they all are valuable and they can contribute. So use this value. Don't think, oh, that's a nuisance, but just see what's the value in it. They're all pearls.
So more innovative educational programs than the conventional that we currently have to offer.
Yeah, more integrated also, and less separated. And interfaculty collaboration within university is sometimes difficult because of funding systems or career systems or whatever. So that's why I said is just remove the strings and go and do it anyway, and do it with the faculty from somewhere else, and then show them, go back and inspire the ones in your own university, invite them to come up. There's a lot of people in university want a lot of things and are very good, but they are considered to be a nuisance because they want more things that are possible at some point in time. And this is what I mean, is to honor these people and use this potential, and don't alienate them from them. Just that they think, oh, I'm just quitting university, I go into professional practice, or I just start a company because I... Okay.
Thank you. Professor Mitkas.
Before I answer the question, a word of advice to our friends from the north, from the west, or from Central Europe. Greece is full of surprises, so we are entitled to change the order of questions anytime we want, and we have to judge you by how quick you are to respond. So
we test adaptability.
And they have a sense of humor also, don't worry.
Sometimes, yes. Sometimes it works. Going back to the question, even though I agree to what was said earlier, I would dare to be bolder and broader. European higher education was the undisputable champion up until the first half of the 20th century. Then we started losing ground to American universities, American Canadian universities, up until maybe 10, 15 years ago when China began to rise. And Chinese universities are growing up in numbers and quality and capacity and output. So I would think that European universities may be a way to reinvent higher education in Europe and reclaim the leadership by offering a new mode of education that is more appealing to students, to good students that seek options, adventure, experience, and different environments. Who knows? Again, if we do it right, it may be a good solution. If we don't do it right, then we go back to the traditional way of. It's our choice. Worth trying.
Okay, thank you very much. But in the engineering world where I come from, we have a vision, we have some solutions, and then we examine the risks. So that's why the risks is the last question. And so I will go straight and jump into this. And now Jan is going to answer first, of course, because she was prepared for this question. So what are the potential threats, risks, and consequences? But what would be the remedial measures to fight against these risks?
So you also want
this is the
mitigation.
surprise that Professor Mitkas was talking about.
Oh, okay. No, actually, I think that's very realistic. I'm from the Netherlands, and we always think in risk because 2/3 of our country is below sea level, and we made dikes and we made all kinds of stuff to prevent from flooding. but like we have the drought now, and now our dikes are getting less solid. So I know about risk management and stuff like that. I think the risk would be that that there's not enough imagination, that there is not enough willpower, that there is not enough courage, and there is not enough money to do what we set out to do. I think the goals we set in Invest in the first one, I think we already did almost everything that the European Union wanted from us. Because in the new application, in the new call, there was no new stuff in it. And it was very hard to think of new stuff that we could do. So I think what the risk is what I said, is that the courage to go on and to think we have a good thing going and let's finish it to the end. Let's also introduce new partners, and the value is of the things of the vision and what we can achieve together. And don't go back in the traditional things. Don't think what we have been doing for 20 years is okay. It's okay, but perhaps we can improve on it. So lack of imagination, lack of courage. Also, the other thing is the courage to confront the others, to say, this is what we set out to do, and let's just go and do it. Do your own job in your own university. Make them work with us. So also the courage to go and try to get people to do their jobs and to involve people. So I think the important thing is that really to continue and keep the faith and use the force. And we are doing movies, so we can do that one too.
Thank you.
And to mitigate is to keep together, to trust each other, and to be kind to each other, and to help each other. I think that would mitigate the risks.
Thank you. That's inspiring. Professor Lanterit, how about your position in terms of risks and remedial actions?
Okay. I agree with Yanni, but maybe more mundane risk can be identified. For example, some kind of geopolitical factors or global events that might change the heart of the European Commission in order to reroute the money. This means, for example, lack of sustainable funding. And what was mentioned already, maybe implicitly, is that there might be some kind of loss of commitment on the individual institutional level, since the changes which are introduced take time, and the first results are yet to come. Actually, the really in terms of functional running study programs or new students enlisted at the Invest University. So slowly but steadily, I think that many things were done. This I completely agree. It took a lot of effort, and I think that all of this will lead to a successful alliance in the future, successful and sustainable alliance. But still, there are risks, and some of them are not in our hands. We can't control everything. Even if we do our best, our utmost to be successful, some things are out of control. So yes, this can be done. This can be done to work with each other, as was several times stressed, to trust each other, and to communicate effectively and be kind to each other. This I think it's no problem to maintain as it is. But in the future, we need to be aware of the global risks, and hopefully this can be mitigated as well.
Thank you. Professor Mitkas.
Well, even though we discussed some potential risks and we expressed our opinion in the quick poll that Lisa performed earlier, I would dare to be pragmatic and say that the only risk is money, funding. I would like to remind you that Europe has paid and is paying a significant overhead to convince university professors to work together in research projects. Over the years, we learned to collaborate, but Europe pays a huge overhead that US and China do not have to. If we have to learn how to educate students together, to work together in education programs, then it will cost. And the question is, how long will European Union be willing to support this initiative? If it is long enough, then we will build the European universities and they will be successful. We'll see. I mean, this crowd are the converted. Is it enough? Is it going to be enough? University administrators, administrations, and administrators who participate in European universities have agreed to do it because they see it as an additional, not only funding line, but also an interesting experiment. And they will support it. But what percentage of the faculty has been engaged in this idea? If you look at your university, you will realize that it is very small. I wrote a successful proposal for a European university, for Aristotle University, as rector, and it was one of the first to be funded. I don't know how many of the 1,600 plus faculty are involved, even though there are continuous calls for participation. They want to see something. I mean, Yanni said it in her first response that we have to have incentives somewhere. We have to have incentives is money.
So there has to be a very steady core
commitment
committed to this idea
by the European Union. But in order for this to be constant, the first efforts have to be successful, and the deliverables and the community has to prove that this is a cause that we have a lot of people behind, and we're going to proceed, and we are here for the long term, not just for the 3 years that the project will last.
Yes, thank you. Professor Lalliot?
I completely agree with all the above, and I would add that the usual risk in European policies is that Europe is, we are ourselves our own enemies, in a sense. Overregulation and bureaucracy on the part of the European Union and the funding structures has always been a risk. It often leads to, for lack of more clever words, to boring results. It has happened often in different funding frameworks, and this is always a risk. So that's, and it is related to money, as you said, and motivation. I would very strongly, I also strongly believe that not only on the part of our colleagues, but also of students. We need to see an increase in the numbers of students participating in our activities, And I think for us, that's the challenge for the next period. That's a risk. If we do not motivate students, then we work for nothing.
As Omiro said earlier, students are the clients of the system, so we have to take very good care of them and motivate them all the time. I think we don't have much time, but perhaps we can take two questions from the audience if you wish. Otherwise, we will proceed in the concluding remarks. No questions? Of course, please.
No, it's okay. Okay, so it's not really a question, but it's more comments. What is amazing in the story that when we start to talk about European University, it was more targeting education, not research, and now it starts to be research, and we can know that one of the risks of money can be solved by research by competing with each other. So if I come back to education, so I didn't hear about some problems regarding like joint programs, which should be solved not at national but at European level, because in one hand, European Commission and the European Union are pushing to have like joint programs, but at the same time we have the bureaucracy that's okay, we cannot have because there is no rules between the nation, and that is one thing. That's the first point. And I have to admit that I am I don't agree with Prof. Mitras regarding the European University. I guess the European University is the future. And if in 10 or let's say in 15 years, how to say, the university which will be not involved in alliances will finish as high colleges. Why we can see it just right now, many calls are targeting only alliances, which means that if you are not into alliances, you are not eligible to apply, which means that all people are pushing their university to be involved in the alliances. And regarding also the how to see the question number 3, if we have to how to say allow to no European university, I agree with what was said, but partly also because I guess it will be difficult to admit in the current state non-European university, since we are not able to have like a common rules within European Union. So if we have non-European Union, so the problem will be bigger. But I guess we have to think about to admit them in terms of research, because there is a lot of university which are high qualified, so we can open it at how to say research level. And the last point, so the risk, of course, the money is the first rank, but I guess we can also resolve it by research, because research could come like to rescue the life of European Union. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So, thank you. Actually, you answered all the questions of the panel yourself too. So I have another opinion. I would like the panelists now. Oh, okay. Yes. Since there was no direct question, I would like to proceed to the concluding remarks so you can take into account the additional comments here. Professor Laliotto, would you like to give us your concluding remarks of whatever we have heard here today?
I have already, as far as I'm concerned, I have already made my concluding remarks in the sense that I think this is the European University Alliance initiative is very much necessary. We cannot do without trying, and it is a unique opportunity to build capacity bottom up within the European Union. And absolutely related to research, we have discussed about that in our previous meetings. One of the principles nowadays is that there is no higher education teaching or learning without research. I mean, these two are inseparable. Otherwise, it's not teaching or it's not research. So this is the experiment, and we shall see. That's my concluding remark.
Thank you. Yanni?
Thank you very much for the technical assistance.
This is cooperation.
So, I think there's a great future for the European universities if we get the time and if there is the time to make it work and to overcome the controversies and to find ways to let it work. And I think have the vision as formulated in the first plan, I think that was a good basic and also for the continuation. So I think also the research should be integrated in education and the other way around. I think education should also give some ideas to research and they should be close to what the needs are of the regions and of the countries, because I think the regions are becoming more and more important. If you look at sustainability, we have to solve our problems nearby and also to get our food closer by. We have to we have to get a simpler life. So we have to have more together. And I hope this is also one of the things that we'll be able to do in the European universities, that the people working in it and the people learning in it and the people that can profit from it, that can benefit from it, will also be close, that everybody will be a little bit closer together. So then I think in the future is that we will have a simpler life and we need to solve the problems together and also grant each other the space to do so.
Thank you. Professor Mitkas?
To my friend across the room, you clearly have a better stake in the future than I do because you're younger, much younger, and it is hopeful to see somebody who believes that the future is the European University, and it may very well be. As I said, I believe in the concept, in the idea. I believe it has potential. Even it has the potential to reclaim for Europe leadership in higher education, if it succeeds. And regarding all these problems that we all see, they may go away if we think of the programs of the European University as separate and different from our existing programs. As a university, I mean, every university these days has, in addition to the traditional four-year programs, they have lifelong learning, they have online courses, they have short courses, they have summer courses, they have joint degrees. They have built different types of delivery of education. So let this be yet another mode of education, and let it grow and become strong as time goes by and as you learn more how to operate it, and as you bring more people along. That's the challenge, to have more faculty and more students involved in these programs.
Thank you.
Best of luck, best of success.
Thank
We'll be
you.
there to evaluate.
We are all being judged. Okay, so Professor Lanteritz, please give us your concluding remarks.
Thank you. I don't know if you agree, but I think that this initiative, European University Initiative, is maybe the most ambitious project in the field of higher education in the Europe. What I really appreciate is this condition of geographical balance, which actually stopped or hindered that some kind of alliances would turn in some kind of VIPA clubs. So this mixed approach that the alliances were formed by the or institutions from all four quarters of Europe really helped this knowledge exchange. I think that this is great opportunity for everybody, for each individual institution to meet or get some new insights into problems on the national level, but especially on the level of European space. I really believe that this initiative can contribute to the transition which is needed for a more sustainable future for Europe. It might be through education, which was the focal point of the first call and the second call. Now this enlargement actually contributed to for the research to get more into focus of the existing consortiums, which is fine, and the institutional transformation much needed, especially in the developing countries, might contribute to this overall transition of educational space in Europe. I think that this initiative has great potential to drive to the positive change, and yes, reclaim the leadership, as was mentioned already in the field of the best universities in the world, since I think in the top 10, according to QS ranking or Times Higher Education ranking, there are only one or two European universities, and even those are from Britain. Okay, so the country which left European Union recently. Okay, so I see this initiative as really ambitious, and it has a great potential. But saying this, I really agree that apart from the vision, from ambitions, apart from the effort, we really need to see the sustainable way of funding and how to achieve like stability in the terms of funding, because as I said previously, all these changes take time, and it will generate considerable costs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I would say that this is an initiative that has been already running for years. And we also saw that there is still a vision for that, and efforts, people willing to put the efforts towards its further expansion, evolvement, and implementation. And I wouldn't say that there are risks actually, but they're more like big challenges, which could be faced through collaborations and again, vision and work, of course. Thank you very much. So this concludes the panel, and I would ask our chairperson, not the president, to close the meeting.
Well, thank you all. Thank you for the enlightening ideas you had. about this important issue that is in our lives since 3 years ago. And we every day work on this. We have these questions and we try to find the best way to answer them. Sometimes we feel like we're too small to answer some things. Sometimes, so this is a kind of transitional period. But one thing we know that we have formed a strong alliance with good partners, and we have two new good partners, University of Reims and by Milano. So we are looking ahead. We will drive it hard. We we are, optimistic that we will get the second leg. We'll get the second call. I think we are a strong alliance, and we work well together, and will face any challenge that will arise in our way. I would like to thank Professor Mitkas, Yanni, and Ioanna and of course the facilitator, the coordinator, Ευτυχία, and our project coordinator, Drahoslav Lankaris, which again, we are kind of disappointed you're not here, but sometimes things go beyond our control. We'll see you soon. So maybe you can, the event is live, it's broadcasted, so maybe tomorrow you can connect again. Okay, so I won't keep you long. It's been a long day, and thank you very much. You're all tired, and I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you.